AWS Sysops. Okay, so I believe we do have all the participants who attended the course earlier, right? So do we have anyone who has not attended um, the fundamental course? Okay, anyone newly joining today in this batch? Okay, I see we have all the same team members here. That is very, very nice. Okay, that is very, very nice. Okay, so how are you doing and how you're feeling after the fundamentals course? All good, all set to go to the next level, or ready to start with the sysops? Okay, all right, very, very nice. All right, so sysops is gonna be kind of okay. So sysops is gonna be a little bit of a kind of a deep dive on all the topics which we have covered so far. Okay, we actually gonna be going and digging deep a little bit more onto what we have talked earlier so far. Okay. Okay, so okay, all right, Nilesh, you won't be joining here in this course. Okay, okay, all right. Thank you for the feedback. Okay, all right. Yep, Surabhi, that is right. We do have some knowledge here now, and we are good to start start having a more detailed deep dive in here. Okay. All right. Okay. So anyone having any questions here so far before we go get started, before I go and set the agenda for this SysOps, and before I go and share that what all we are going to be going and covering here in this course. Okay, I see Shri is having a one doubt here. Sure. So Shri, you want to use a microphone or you want to type your question here? Okay. Okay, so Shri, do you need a microphone here? Should I provide a microphone for you for the question you have? Okay. So Shri, let me go ahead and provide you the microphone here. Uh, okay, I have unmuted you.
Sir, I think my messages are not getting delivered. I'm putting questions in my chat box, but I am not getting any response from you, so I assume that the messages are not getting delivered.
No, I'm not able to hear you, Shri.
Hello, sir. Hello, hello, hello,
Okay, I think
hello,
something wrong here. I'm using a
hello, hello.
yes, I'm able to hear you, Shri. Okay,
Sir,
it was
I
a
think
wrong
my
configuration at
messages are
my end.
not getting delivered
Oh, okay, okay.
because I'm typing messages in the chat box, but I'm
Mm-hmm.
not getting any response since the last session.
Okay,
So I assume that my messages are not getting delivered.
okay. No, but I
Right.
have seen that you have mentioned that one question here. What is the difference between the Cloud Trail and CloudWatch? And
Yes,
then
sir.
you have
That's my question.
acknowledged that you want to use a that is what you okay. I got that
So
message
I
here. I do see that
I
it's
guess
coming here.
maybe the messages is getting delivered late.
Yep, yep. That is that is right. Okay, that is
So
right.
okay, so
I agree
that's my
with you.
question.
That
I
might be
can
the
mute
case.
myself.
Okay. So yeah, whenever you have a question, you can raise the hand, or I'm just gonna be leaving you on unmuted. You can unmute and yourself and ask the question whenever you think you have. Okay, that's fine.
Yes, sir. Sir, did you receive my raise hand notification?
Yep, I do have that one. Yes, yes, I do
Okay,
see that
sir.
one.
Then fine. Then that's okay. If I'm not getting response from the chat box, I'll raise hand.
Okay, okay, all right. Yep,
So I'll mute
that's
myself
fine,
now.
Sri. That's fine. Okay, so Sri is asking the question that what is the difference between the Cloud Trail and the CloudWatch? Okay, so that's a good question, and we actually have to go and do a little bit more work on the Cloud Trail and CloudWatch in this particular training program. Okay, but just to give you a real quick idea on what exactly the difference is. So if I try to open the Cloud Trail here, okay, and I will also try to open the CloudWatch. Okay, so when I check the CloudWatch, so it says CloudWatch is a monitoring tool. Okay, it keeps a track of all the information, all the performance data. It shows you all the graphs, right? It is actually watching the performance. It's watching the performance. So that is what the CloudWatch is. And if we talk about the Cloud Trail, so Trail is trailing it. It's actually collecting the logs. Okay, it's trailing you. It's following you that what you are doing. And it's capturing all the data that what all you have been working, what all you have been doing. Okay, so we have all the log information in the trail. So yesterday when we checked the trail, we found that it's actually having all the information related to how we are creating and working with the different resources, when we actually created and deleted the server or the bucket or the other configuration there, right? So we actually got all that information over there in the trail. So trail provide you the information regarding the activity in your account, whereas CloudWatch gives you the information related to the performance data, okay, performance statistics there. So we'll be able to see the graphs, we'll be able to see the uh, CPU utilization, we'll be able to see the network utilization, disk utilization, except the memory utilization, right? It does not capture the memory utilization. So CloudWatch is performance data, and the Cloud Trail is logs. Okay, it's all logs. Is that fine, Sri? So we are actually gonna be going and working a little bit more in this course. I'll just share the agenda and the topics which we are gonna be going and talking more in detail. Okay. All right. Shubham is saying that my billing dashboard looks a little different than yesterday. Does it take time to show the updates info? Yep, absolutely, Shubham. When you have a new account, it usually takes 24 to 48 hours to start reflecting the usage and what all you are using. That information get updated every 6 hours. Suppose if I'm trying to use some services, so the usage of those services are gonna be updated after 6 hours. Okay, it is not kind of a real time. It's not gonna be kind of an instance. Okay, so it's gonna be having some delay associated with it. Okay, all right, and we are gonna go and check, more. Okay, we're gonna go and check more on the billing dashboard. Okay, so let me actually pull and let's see what all we are going to be going and talking about here in this training program. Okay, so I'm again going to be taking you to the certification page. I'm going to go and scroll it down, and I'm going to be going and pulling the information related to the Sysops here. Okay. All right, so on the same page, we do have the information available for the Sysops Administrator course. And what this course is about is, this course is about the operations. So when we say operations, we are going to be going and taking care of that, what all the resources we are going to be deploying. Whenever anyone is going to be coming to us for the request that they need they need some new servers, they need some new storage, they need some new databases, or you might receive a request that you don't need these servers anymore, you need to delete them, you don't need these databases, we need to go and remove them. Okay, so creation, managing, and removal of the resources is what is going to be part of the operations. You're also going to be responsible for doing the housekeeping. Okay, which means you need to keep a track of that, what all inventory you do have in the cloud, and how you are making sure that it is updated, how you're going to be making sure that you're following the compliance, and how you're going to making sure that it is the stuff you're creating is a secure one. Okay, and whenever there is any kind of a request coming your way for any kind of an updation, improvement, you should be able to, address that. So that is what the whole idea about the Sysops admin course is. So after this course, you will be able to manage the operations in the cloud. Okay, you should be able to manage the operations in the cloud. All right. So I'm going to go and click on that. Then I'm going to be exploring with you that what are the different topics we are going to be going and covering in more detail. Okay, we need to have some in-depth knowledge on few of the topics here. So I'm going to go and click on that. Would like to go and use the sysops here. And here, so if I'm going to be going and scrolling and checking it through, we do see it says SysOp administrator course is intended for the system administrators. Okay, system administrators are the people who actually take care of all the devices, all the components. So they are the support team, right? So primarily support team in the cloud. So if your company, if your organization is having a multiple resources in the cloud, okay, if you have a multiple resources in the cloud, so you need someone to take care of that. You need to have someone manage those, and that is what the job of the SysOp admin is. So you should have a good experience working in the deployment. Means you should be able to go and deploy new infrastructure. You should be able to go and work on creating stuff. Okay, you should be able to deploy that. Once deployed, you should be able to manage it. Okay, you should be make sure that it is running green, it is always available, and also gonna be doing some operations. Operations mean all the housekeeping. Maybe someone started with a small server. You might want to go and change the bigger one. You started with the small disk space and you want to go and move to the larger one. Okay, so that is what is going to be going and doing it. So if I go and check it out, the abilities it is going to be used here. You're going to be deploying, you're going to be managing, and you're going to be using the scalability part as well. Scalability means when your environment is small, how to handle it. In case we need to convert that into a bigger one, how you will scale that out. We also touched upon something on the high availability, but we only talk about the high availability for the EC2 service. We only talk about that how I can create my application using a load balancer, how I can make it available all the time. In case zone is down, in case server is down, right? It should still be available to me. We also need to look at high availability for the storage, for the database, and for other services as well. Okay, in the previous course we only talk about the high availability concept, and we have done that only for EC2. So, and the high availability is something we only talk about within a single region. We did all the exercise in North Virginia, but this time we are actually going to be going and talking outside the region as well, which means we are actually going to be going and talking about that if the entire region goes down. Let's say I have configured my application, I have configured my servers within Northern Virginia. Okay, so I have created some stuff there in Virginia, and now entire Virginia is down. There is some disaster, and now we are not able to connect to anything in US. Okay, then what should I do? I actually need to go and work outside the primary region. Okay, that is what we are going to be going and discussing outside the region in this course. So here we have something called fault tolerant as well. Fault tolerant means I would like to go and create a system which is gonna be able to bounce back quickly, which is able to which is able to tolerate the faults. If there are any problems, if there are any faults, if there are any kind of an issues, my system is should be able to tolerate it well. It can be on a one single server, it can be zone, it can be regions, it can be anything. How I can actually go and deploy my application which is going to be able to tolerate any kind of a faults, any kind of a problems. Okay. We are also going to be trying to integrate multiple services together and control how the data is going to be flowing from EC2 server to storage and to database and other services. Okay. Also going to be talking about the compute for sure. We have only covered the EC2 so far. We are going to be talking something more onto the compute, and we're going to be discussing something on the serverless computing as well. Then we are going to be talking about the data and the storage part and the security as well. And when we talk about the security, we actually going to be going and talking about the networking concepts here. Okay. Then we are going to be also talking about what are the AWS best practices for managing the operations. What are the tools you do need to use to manage all your servers, all the databases and other services, right? That is where the best practices are going to come in for the operational perspective. Then we are also going to be going and talking about the cost part, that how you can keep a control on the cost, where we are actually going to be creating a budget and then going to be creating some kind of an alarms on our account and keeping a control on it. Also going to be discussing that how much cost is associated with all different type of components. Okay, so we are going to be going and making use of that. Then we also talk something on to how you can actually migrate your on-premises workloads in AWS. Okay, which means if you have server running in your own data center, if you have database running in your own data center, how you can actually plan and migrate to the Amazon, how you can move all your data, how you can move your virtual servers, how you can move databases onto the cloud. What are the tools and the options available within the Amazon, and what are the third-party options we do have here? Okay, so that is what we are going to be going and talking. So also we are going to be going and talking something on the AWS tenants, that how actually we are managing the accounts in Amazon. When we work in the real time, we don't have just one single account. We actually work with multiple accounts in the AWS. I want to create one account and want to keep all my workload which is related to the development and the testing in that, so that it does not interfere with the production one. Okay, I can actually segregate my workload by creating multiple Amazon cloud accounts. And we're going to be looking at that how I can manage all those multiple accounts. In the previous course, we have worked with all those different services via GUI, right? We are always trying to log into the console and then going to be trying to work through the console. But in this course, we are also going to be using something called CLI, command line interface, which means I will be able to go and use I'll be able to go and use uh, the the automation part. I can go and create a small program. I can go and create a small script, and then I can use that for the automation for the repetitive jobs. Okay. Networking is a must, and it's going to be helping us, create a more security around it. And we have actually touched upon the VPC earlier. We actually going to be going and doing a deep dive on the VPC, that how you can actually build and work and manage the different components on that. Okay. So that's gonna be very, 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 very useful. Okay. All right. So We are definitely going to be going and doing everything hands-on and going to be implementing the security controls and the compliance requirement, which means we are going to be looking at that how we can encrypt the data, how we can secure the systems and the infrastructure. Okay. Uh, okay. Some of the compliance on the security control. That's what we're going to be talking. We're also going to be talking more onto the virtualization technology, that how exactly these virtual machines are being created, how all this virtual environment being managed by the Amazon. Monitoring and auditing. This is the place where we are going to be talking more on the CloudWatch for monitoring and CloudTrail for the auditing. So these two services are actually going to be talked here. We touched upon those services, but we actually covered very, very basic on those. We have not discussed about that, how long our logs are going to be maintained, how I can keep my logs for a longer period of duration, what is the cost associated with these services, okay? How I can go and use the CloudWatch to create a kind of a scheduler or create alerts for me. So which means we are actually going to be talking about both the services in more detail. Okay, networking, again, the VPC, firewall stuff, and we do have a DNS services as well, which we're going to be talking here. And you should also be able to, read the architecture diagrams and actually build the environment based on that. If someone gives you that we have to create a specific environment, you should be able to understand and create that. Okay? You should be able to understand that how it is going to be created, and if you are able to create that or not, or do you need any more information to create that, okay, to build that. So I think that's going to be really, really interesting stuff which we're going to be using. And if you look at the sample questions, so yeah, you will actually be familiar with many of the questions which are going to show up. Okay, you will actually be able to see well, most of the things are actually going to be kind of familiar to you. Okay, these are going to be familiar to you, but you will find that questions are going to be more lengthy, questions are going to be more scenario based. Okay, that is kind of which is going to happen in the little bit of advanced level. And you see, it is actually asking you much more details around the VPC. It needs you to understand these components in and out, okay, in a much more greater detail. All right. It's also going to be asking you that uh, to know more different type of databases. We touched upon the RDS database, right? Relation database service, but we just created a database and we have not connected to it. We are going to be going in now, trying to see how I can use that internally within Amazon and how I can go and make use of it outside the Amazon as well. Okay. So that is what we are going to be going and checking in here. Okay. All right. So let's get started. Okay. Let's get started. That what all different services we are going to be covering in detail, and what is the flow of the different topic we are going to be talking about here. So for the AWS Sysops, we are actually going to be covering these areas. Okay. We're actually going to be going and talking about these six different areas. We are actually going to be going and starting with the EC2 again, and we are going to be looking at EC2 from a different perspective. We have not discussed about the costing part of it. Okay. We have also not discussed about that. What are the various purchasing options we do have available? How I can buy those servers from Amazon? And is there a way I can get some discount, some kind of, uh, some kind of an offers from Amazon to use it? And we are also going to be talking about some more scalability components in it as well. And once we have all the deep dive and all the information we do need, we are going to be trying to look at some kind of an automation around the EC2 servers as well. Okay, we'll be able to dig a little bit more deeper onto the what all we have already covered. We're going to be building our knowledge on top of it. Then we'll move on to the storage part, and we have already covered some part on the EBS, and we have covered some part on the S3. But we are going to be having a deep dive on the S3 and the other storage. We are also going to be going and talking about the shared storage services which are available here. Okay, we are going to be talking about four different type of storage services which are available here. In the previous course, we have just talked about two services and that too at a basic level. But in this course, we have four different storage services which we need to discuss, and we need to actually go and deploy and use them thoroughly. In the networking, we have actually created a VPC in a very, very easy way. So VPC actually contains a lot of different components in there. Okay, so here we are we are going to be going and trying to use the VPC here. Okay, we will be going and creating and building this environment in a much detail, and going to be also looking at that how I can create multiple VPCs, multiple networks, how I can join them together, how I can combine the VPCs which are going to be in the different regions as well or across the different accounts as well. Okay, that is something we're going to be going and doing. Okay, then going and moving on to the database section. Okay, and within the database section, we are going to be going and definitely talking about the RDS and going to be thinking that how we're going to be connecting to it. Okay, going to be showing the different tools which are going to be helpful to connect to it. After the RDS database, we actually have to go and talk about two more different type of databases here. We just talk about these the relational database services, but we have something called a non-relational as well. Okay, we are going to be talking about different type of databases here in this section. Then we are going to be discussing something on the security and the automation, that how we can go and maintain the security of our account and how we are going to be doing some work with the help of the automation. Okay, so that we don't have to work with the manual stuff all the time. How I can use the different services which are available in the Amazon and actually going to be going and making use of the automation in there. Okay, so that is how the flow is going to be. And today, from the day one, we are actually going to be going and starting with the EC2. In the EC2, we are going to go and discuss more on the high availability, and then we are going to be talking about the scalability part as well. In the scalability, we will talk about something known as vertical scaling, and we're also talking about the horizontal scaling. And then we'll be discussing the costing around the EC2. We also have something known as user data and the metadata, which is available with the EC2. Okay, so we are going to be starting and working with these all topics first, and then we will go and move on to the storage in the later part of the day. Okay, we're going to be expanding and then looking at that what all the different components we are going to be covering here in the storage. Okay, so is this good with everyone? Any questions, anyone with the agenda we do have, with the topics we are going to be covering, and what to expect here in this training program? Is that good with everyone? Are you with me here? Okay, all right, okay. How about you, Kajal, Mohammed, Sanil? Okay, all right, okay. Very, very nice. Okay, that is really, really great. Okay, that's really, really great. Okay. I'm trying to check an option if we have that you will be able to see the questions which are being asked by others. So I made some changes here. So are you able to see the other attendees, and are you able to see the other people commenting in the questions? Do you see any change in the list of the participants? Okay. All right. Okay. You're able to see the names of the participant. Okay, fine. But you're not able to see the questions. Okay. I think the questions are getting typed now, so hopefully you should be able to see those. Okay. All right. Okay, I'm still checking that, if there is anything else. Okay. I can change here. Show meeting controls, new design. All right, so it's not there. Okay, it's good. Okay. All right. I think I don't see that I don't see that option. Okay. All right, that's fine. I don't see that one here. Okay. So try to send the questions to everyone. Do you have an option to send everyone? Okay. I don't see any option where I can actually go and configure that. Okay. Uh, okay. All right. Okay. No, I don't think so. There's anything I can do or change here from my end. Okay. Okay. All right, that's fine. You have any questions on these topics? Anything on your mind here right now? Okay. All right. Okay. Looks like we are all good then. Very nice. Okay. Very, very nice. Okay, so that's fine. So I think let's get started here with the first option here. Okay, that is the high availability. Okay, so yesterday we created an environment where we were trying to build the high available environment, right? So what we did and how we started, we actually started in this way, and we thought we are going to be going and distributing it, right? Okay, let me check it out. That okay, yeah, this is what we have created yesterday, right? This is what we have actually done yesterday. We created a load balancer, and then we actually tried adding multiple servers to it, and we actually distributed and created those servers in the different zones as well. Okay, so this was helpful for us to go and distribute the uh, distribute the servers, and then make sure in case something goes wrong, we do have an alternate server available to us. Okay, this was the whole idea here. We are now trying to build it up that how I can actually scale my environment. Okay, how it is going to be possible to scale my environment. So what we're going to be doing is we are actually going to be going and starting with the one single server here. Okay, we are going to be going and trying to build a single server here, and then we are going to start with the small server. Okay, we're going to start with the default T2 micro, and afterwards we will try to change the size of the server. We're going to say if I'm going to start this server as a micro server, how I can change the capacity of this server, how I can actually grow the size of the server to a bigger one. Okay, how I can add more memory and more resources to the same server, and I can actually start utilizing the server in a bigger way. So let's go and jump onto the account. Let's go and log into the AWS console and we'll start working with this. So I'm gonna go and try to open my AWS account here. Let's go and start with that. Okay. So I have logged in here and right now I am working in Virginia. So let me know if you are also logged onto your account and you are there working in Virginia. So as soon as we log in, the very first thing which we are going to be doing here in the AWS account is we are actually going to be going and checking that how the costs look like. Okay, so every day we will be going and checking with the very first thing that how the costs look like for us. Okay, so I'm gonna I'm gonna go and check that. So I'm gonna take you to the billing dashboard. Okay, I'm just going to be going and trying to confirm that how exactly this looks like today. Okay, because we have been using this account from past 2 days and we want to verify that how it looks like. Okay, okay, if I go and click on here on the my billing dashboard, so let's see what we are able to see there. All right, it's 0 for me. I would like you to everyone to confirm that what is the usage shown here for you. Okay, how the usage appears for you. Let me know what your usage is. Very nice. So Humera, good. If it is 0, that means you are actually following the exercise in the right way. Okay, because we have not used any of the paid service, then should be 0 there. Very nice, Surbi. That is good. Shubham, Kajal, Mohammed, Shri, Sanal, Rahul, and Shraddha. 0 for everyone, and that is really, really awesome. Okay, that is really, really great. Okay, all right, that is great. Okay, okay, all right. So I'm gonna be making here small change. So what I'm gonna be doing, I'm actually gonna be changing the or promoting a couple of people here. Let me try promoting Surbhi and Shri. I'm gonna be changing your status to panelist and see uh, if you are able to see those messages now. Okay, if you are able to see, then I'm gonna be going and changing everyone's status to the panelist. Okay. So Surabhi and Shri, I have actually changed your status to the panelist. So is something changing for you? Is is messages, are you able to see the, no, I've changed both of you for you. Okay, see both. Okay, so Surbi and someone else, please try putting some message here. Let's see if she is able to see, or Surbi, you are able to see. Can someone please type some test message? Okay. Okay. So Shri, are you able to see those messages? Are you able to see those questions? Okay. Okay. All right. So it's of no use. Okay, you're not able to see. Okay, that's fine. We'll try troubleshooting later. So on the same billing and cost management dashboard, okay, on here the same billing and cost management dashboard. If I scroll it down, it is showing my free tier service usage. So is it showing something for you? Is it showing this for you or not? Do you see something over there or it's still blank? Okay. All right, very nice. So looks like it is showing this for you. See, we have been using these services from the past couple of days, and so far we have only able to consume 6% of our free tier quota. Okay, just 6% of the free tier quota. We are using the storage as well for the snapshots. We are also using some S3 services. We are also using the Windows servers, T2 Micro. Okay, so we are only able to use just in a single digit so far. Okay, we are not able to consume even 10% of it. Okay, not even the 10% of it. So which means we still have a lot of quota to use and lot of information to grab. Okay, so you can actually go and try to use all these services without any hesitation. Should be able to go and consume them. All right, so this is good. And every day morning we will be coming here and we will be checking that how the cost is going to be showing up here. Okay, that is the very first thing we are going to be doing. So if I forget, just remind me tomorrow as well. We'll go and check it out that how the usage is showing up. And I will also try to show you that how you can actually go and explore that who is contributing to that cost. Okay, because as we are going to be moving on to the database and the networking section, we are actually going to be trying to use some of the paid services as well. And when you're going to be trying to make use of those paid services, we will see some of the cost is going to be showing up here, but that cost is going to be very, very less. Okay, in this entire course, I don't think so our usage is going to go beyond $1. It's going to be still less than $1, means it's not going to cross 100 rupees for you in this course. Okay, and we'll continue to come and check it out that from where the cost is coming. And when we are going to be trying to use any kind of a paid services, I will give you heads up. And at the end of the day, we are going to delete all the services which we don't need. We can just leave few of the services which we need to use and refer next day, but most of the services we are actually going to be going and trying to remove them. Okay, will not keep them running here. All right, very, very nice. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be going back here to the AWS, and then I'm going to be going and starting with the very first service here called EC2. We worked with the EC2 earlier, right? We have seen some of the options over there with the EC2. So what I'm going to be doing here is I'm actually going to be trying to run one of the instance. I'm going to be trying to start one of the server. I will go ahead and say I want to launch an instance. Okay, I'm going to go and click on say I would like to go and launch the instance here. As soon as we select that we want to launch an instance here, it gives me an option that what type of server we want to launch. Okay, what type of server you want to create. I will say I would like to go and create Linux server here. I will choose the very first option here. So I'm okay using it a Linux box here. Okay, not the Windows, but I'm gonna be going to continue to use with the Linux one. And then I will select it. It's gonna ask me that okay, which type of a model of a server you would like to go and use. Right now we do have a T2 micro. Okay, we do have a T2 micro. That is fine. I'm gonna go and say that is okay. It's a part of the free tier. It has a one CPU, one mem. Okay, so that is also fine. So here on the screen, yesterday we talked about that we can actually go and deploy the server in the different network. Okay, and we can go and choose the zone as well where we want my server to sit. But if you scroll this page toward the end, okay, if you go and try to scroll this toward the end, you will find we do have some information here called user data. Okay, we have a user data. Now what this user data is, so user data actually allow us to add some startup scripts, which means I will be able to go and try to add the commands here, and those commands are gonna be executed automatically at the time of first boot. When this virtual machine is gonna boot for the first time, okay, when it's gonna be going and booting for the first time, uh, I will be able to execute those commands. Okay, so I'm gonna be actually adding some of the data here in the user data. So let's go and try doing so. I'm gonna I'm gonna go and try to add some code here. Let me bring in the resources sheet. I'm gonna be trying to share that code with you. Okay. Okay. All right. So this is the resource sheet which we have been using. So I'll continue to use the same. So I'm gonna go and create a new lab tab here. I'll just rename this one for the fundamentals. Okay. But I'm gonna be going and trying to create a one more here, a new one, and I'm gonna go and call that one as lab for the sysops. And we are going to be going and making use of the Sysops Lab. Okay, I will just clear out all the stuff which we have already populated. Okay, we have done a lot many labs here. That is nice. I'm going to remove that, and we're going to start all that over. Okay, so we do have okay. We have all the participants. So except who do we have? We actually I think Nilesh is not there, right? Okay, yeah, Nilesh is not there. That's fine. And in the resources section also, I'm gonna go and try to add the resources for the sysops here. Okay. Okay. So which code or the user data I'm gonna go and make use of it is, let me try pasting it here, and I'm gonna be sharing that with you as well. So here it is, and let me go and share that with you in the chat as well. Okay. So I just shared with you here. Okay, just give me a minute. I'm gonna be drinking some water here. All right. So what I'm gonna be trying to do here is I'm gonna be trying to use this code as the user data. So if you remember, we actually used all these commands manually on the Linux box. Do you remember these commands? We actually uh, ran these commands manually. Once we have created the Linux box, we actually ran these commands to create that web server. But this time, I'm actually going to be trying to use them for the automation purpose. I'm going to use all this code in the user data. So I'm going to copy all these 4 lines and I'm going to go and paste them onto the user data section here. So what I'm expecting here is as soon as my server is going to boot for the first time, okay, whenever it is going to be booted for the first time, Amazon is going to automatically execute all these commands for me, which means I actually don't have to go and log into the server and run these commands. These commands are automatically gonna be executed, and Apache server and the web page will automatically be created. That means when this server is going to be up and running, I will be having that web server showing up this page that is my website on AWS EC2 Linux. Okay, this is going to be automatically showing up. This page will automatically start showing up. That is what the user data is. And I can actually use the user data for Windows machine as well. Okay, when I'm going to be going and using the user data for the Windows machine, I can actually use the PowerShell code. I can give the command which are available for the PowerShell. I say I want to execute these commands in PowerShell on Windows. Is this okay? Is the user data make sense to you? With the help of the user data, we can actually go and do automation, and this automation is going to be uh, helping us do install, perform some operations automatically. Okay, with the help of it, I'll be able to go and create stuff automatically. All right, let's see how we are going to be going and making use of it. So here on the same screen, I am also going to be going and using one more option. Okay, I'm actually going to be going and using one more option, and the option is enable termination protection. Okay, enable the termination protection. So with the help of this enable termination protection, I can actually go and uh, add a child lock. Okay, I'm going to be going and adding a child lock there. Okay, I'm going to be going and having this as a child lock, which means if I'm going to be trying to delete the server, it is actually going to be going and trying to pop it here saying that no, you cannot delete the server because we do have a child lock there. Okay, it's going to be prompting me that okay, we do have a child lock here. So this is going to be helpful for the production servers. So if you're going to be going and working in your company and going to be trying to create the servers and you have those important servers, those servers are actually going to be used for the production work, and you want to have some kind of an additional protection for those servers. Okay, you want to have some additional protection for those servers. So how you will be able to do so? You can actually go and select this, say I want to protect it from the accidental deletion. Okay, in that way you'll be able to choose that. Is that fine? Is that good? Now, you also see we do have one more option here called monitoring. And you know that CloudWatch actually monitors the resources, right? It does capture that how much the CPU utilization is, how much the disk utilization is, how much the network utilization is. We are able to see the different type of performance statistics with the help of the CloudWatch. CloudWatch captures performance data at what interval? Do you remember? We discussed yesterday that CloudWatch is showing performance data at a specific interval. Okay. Yes, Rahul, you're right. Yep, that is right, Sanal. It captures the data every 5 minutes. Okay, it captures the data every 5 minutes. But if you think you want a more granular data, if you think you want to capture the data in a more greater detail, you can actually go and enable the detail monitoring. And if you're going to be going and saying I want a detail monitoring, the performance data will be captured every 1 minute. Okay, the performance data will be captured every 1 minute. So I'm gonna go and try to enable the detail monitoring here. By default, the default monitoring is already enabled. But if I'm gonna choose if I'm gonna go and choose the detail monitoring, it is gonna go and capture the information in a much more granular way. It's gonna go and capture the data in a much more in a detailed way. But this is gonna come at an additional cost. So Amazon is gonna be charging you money for providing you data every 1 minute. It says there are going to be additional charges which are going to apply here. Okay, you need to pay some additional fees for using it. There's going to be additional charges here. So that is something you need to be aware of, that there's going to be additional cost which is going to be applicable in case if you wish to use it. Okay, be mindful about that. But you can actually go and use that in the free tier. You can actually do the detail monitoring for 10 servers. For 10 monitorings, you can do that for free. Okay, you can actually go and do that for free. So I'm gonna go and select that, and then I'm gonna be going and showing you that how it is actually collecting the detail monitoring here. Okay, how it is gonna be capturing the detail monitoring there. So let me go and say I want to enable the detail monitoring here, and I've also added the protection against the accidental termination. And then we have this user data as well. Okay, so yes, I have not pasted that in the chat earlier, so I just did that. Okay, you should have the code in the chat and the file as well. Let me quickly share the link of the file as well to you. Okay, in case if you don't have that handy, let me go and provide that as well. Okay. All right, so it's coming to you. All right, so it's sent. All right, so these are the actually two changes which I'm going to be making here on the screen. Okay, while creating a new server, these are the two changes I'm going to be making here. Actually, three changes, right? We have enabled both the checkboxes, and the third is we are using the user data. Rest all the stuff is gonna stay the same. I will go and say I want to add a storage, and 8 GB of default storage is fine. I'm gonna say I would like to add a tag. I will call this one as a Linux server. Okay, I'm gonna call this as a Linux server. I'm gonna go and use the security group, and we already have a security group created. I'm okay using the same security group here because we do have a port number 22. We do have a port number 80 there. If you do not have this firewall created, please do it now. Okay, create a new one. Say I want to create a new security group, and you can add these 3 ports in it so that I'll be able to use this particular firewall for Windows, for Linux, and having the web services with it. Okay, so it's going to be kind of a standard firewall which I'll be able to use it across multiple systems, so that's fine. Is this good? Shall I move on here? Okay, I'm going to go and click on say would like to go and review and launch this server. and we will go and use the same key pair which we have already downloaded. Okay, you need to make sure that this key is still with you. If you have deleted that, if you have removed that from the temporary folder or some other folder, then I suggest you create a new one, because if you do not create a key now, you will not be able to attach that later. You will not be able to go and create that later. Okay, so you need to be mindful with that. So I'm creating this in the default one. I'm not using the finance VPC. Okay, I'm not creating this in the finance VPC using the default one. So let's go ahead and click on say would like to go and launch this server, and there we go. It is gonna go and create this server. So I'm just gonna give a minute here, and I'm not going to log into the server. Okay, we don't have to log into it. So do not use Mobex term, do not connect to it. Just wait for it to turn green. Just wait for it, the status check to complete. Okay, and let me know once it is complete for you. Okay. Okay, the machine is ready. And what we are going to be doing, we are going to be going and trying to use a server and using the IP and then putting in the browser. Okay, there we go. So let's see if you are able to do so. Let's have the Sysops Lab. The first exercise we are doing is the user data. All right, looks like it's done for everyone. That is very, very nice. That is great. Okay, it's working for everyone. So does it make sense, guys? Is it okay? Any questions, anyone? All right. So I actually want you to do a small exercise. I have shown you to do this Linux box, right? I want you to do the user data for Windows as well. Okay. I want you to go and uh, run a command to install the uh, IIS server on it. Okay. You remember we did that with the help of PowerShell command and we did manually logging onto the box. But I actually want you to do that on the Windows. Okay. That's going to be the very first project we are going to be doing. Okay. Let's call that as a project one. And in that project one, we are going to be trying to execute uh, Okay. So is the requirement okay? Is the requirement clear? So we need to go and configure this with the help of the user data. Okay. And we don't have to enable the detail monitoring. No, we don't have to enable that detail monitoring. Only I need to do the installation automatically with the help of the user data. Okay. You can search it out online that how you can use the PowerShell script there. Okay. So I'm gonna give you 10 minutes for it. So you think 10 minutes are good for this? Okay. Let me bring in clock. So 10 minutes here for you to complete this first project here. Let me know once you're done it, okay? Just mark yourself done here. All right, so let me summarize the activity which we need to do here again. So the way we have used the user data for Linux and created a server and install the web server, we actually have to do the same thing for Windows now, which means you need to use the user data for Windows, which is going to install the IIS. Okay, we just need to install the default IIS page. We don't have to go and create any kind of specific page for that. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so no, Kajal, you won't be able to use the same code, okay, because that code is for Linux, right? That code will not work on Windows. So you need to find the code for Windows, okay? That is what is going to be involved. You need to find out the code which is required for the Windows. All right. So is it good? Is it working for someone? You got the idea how to use it? Okay. Yes, Sanal. The tag PowerShell is gonna work. Okay. Yep, you're on the right path. So you actually need to use the PowerShell tag. Okay. That's a that's a good part. Okay. And Sanal, you're the first one to share that. Okay. So this is how the your user data is gonna start. Okay. All right. We are running out of time. All right. So we do have Sanal done with it. That is great. That is very nice, Sanal. Good to see that you are done. Awesome. Okay. How about the others? Okay. Kajal is also done here. That is very nice, Kajal. That's a good job. Okay, great. I'm gonna go and mark Kajal also done here. Okay. All right. No, we just have to install it, Shubham. We don't have to create any index file. We should be able to see the welcome page. Okay. So Kajal and Sanal. So do you want to share the IP address of the machine? Okay, Rahul is also done. So go ahead and share the IP address of the machine. Let me go and test it out quickly. That is it working as we want? Okay, send the IP address of the machine here in the questions panel. Okay, I have it from Sunil here and from Rahul here. Okay, let's go and check this out. I'm gonna be trying to check the server which is shared by Sunil here. Let me try copy pasting it. And there we go. It's working perfectly fine. Okay, that's good. I'm gonna go and check it out for Rahul as well. And the IP address for the Rahul is 3.82.93 and 154. Okay, so Rahul has actually went one step ahead. Rahul is using a custom index file as well. Okay, that's a good Rahul. That's cool. Okay, that is cool. Okay, so Sanal and Rahul, do you want to share the user data code which you have used? You want to share here in the questions panel? What was the code you used? Okay, so what we're gonna do now is we actually gonna be going for our very first break. Okay, so that will give a little bit of more time for the people to work on the exercise and then come back. Okay, so let's do um, let's do one thing. Let's go for our very first 20 minutes break. And once we come back, we actually going to be going and trying to work with both the systems, and then I'm going to be looking at some of the advanced options which we have chosen for it. Okay. In the meantime, Sanal and Rahul, let me know the user data code which you have used. Okay. We'll verify and check that out. Let me bring in a clock, and we are going to be going and having a break for 20 minutes here. Okay. All right. Okay. So, yep, that's a smart move, Sanal. Okay, and you have done a good thing. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. That is good, Rahul. You have again enhanced the same code to a next level. That is very, very nice. Okay. We'll give everyone to think over it and let them complete as well. Okay. All right. So enjoy your break. We'll talk to you in 20 minutes then. Okay. Let's go for this quick break, and I'm gonna be going and talking in 20 minutes. All right, everyone. So time up and I'm back here. Let's go and resume our session. Okay. Please let me know if you are also back. And looks like we do have more people who have, okay. Okay, we have more people who have completed this one. Okay, very, very nice. Okay. I think it was a good exercise, right? So it was a very, very nice exercise. So you use a lot of different skills in here, and you understand that how exactly this works. That is great. That is very, very nice. Okay. All right. So let's go and check it out that how many of you are done here. Okay. All right. Let me bring in the sheet. Okay. Okay. Looks like we have most of the people done here. Okay. That is great. Okay. Um, so we have built and created these servers. Okay, we have built and created these servers and very, very nice. Yes, the Windows server which we have built, we are gonna be going in. Okay, so the Windows service which we have built, we are gonna be going and closing that one. We are gonna be terminating the Windows server which we have created, and then we will try to terminate the Linux server as well. So let's try doing that. So go ahead and terminate both the servers and see what message do you get when you try to terminate the Linux server. Okay, let me know if you are able to terminate the Linux server as well. All right, so are you able to terminate the server? So it's not terminating, right? Okay, all right, very nice. Now, how we are going to be going and trying to terminate now? If I go to instance state and I say I want to terminate, it's going to say no, you cannot terminate because we do have the termination protection available. Okay, all right, then how we are going to be going and changing this one? So we are going to be actually changing that state. We will go to action, and that is where we do have the instance settings. Okay, that is where we do have the instance settings, and then change action. So go ahead and change this termination protection. We go ahead and select that. I want to change the termination protection. And then it is right now enabled. I'm gonna deselect this checkbox. I'm gonna go and say I would like to go and uncheck this one. Okay, I'm gonna disable this one. I'm gonna go and save it. So do not try to terminate it as of now because I want to show you something in the monitoring. We want to go and check it out. We are going to be going and checking that how the monitoring is getting performed, how frequent the data is getting connected. Okay, once we check that, then we'll go and delete that. Okay, I'll go here onto the monitoring part. And I'm gonna go and check it out the metric here in the new window. Okay, I'm gonna be going and choosing this option, and I'm gonna be checking that if the CPU utilization is shown every 1 minute or not. Okay, that is what I'm gonna be confirming here. All right, I'm gonna go and click on the view metric, and on the screen, I need to make one more selection. I need to choose that I want to show this granular data at a 1 minute interval. So here you will find it is still going to be showing the data at a 5 minute interval because we have chosen this as a period of 5 minutes. I need to go and change this one to 1 minute here. Okay, let's go and change that one. So I'll click on here in the drop down and then I'll go and pick it up that I want data every 1 minute. Okay, I want to show the data on the graph every 1 minute. All right, there we go. So do you see the data is now shown to you every 1 minute? Okay. So this data is actually data points are every 1 minute. So is this good? Is that visible to you? So once you see this graph, then we will go ahead and try to terminate the machine. Okay. Once you see this, it's going to be showing you every 1 minute. Then we can go and delete that one. Is that okay with everyone? Shall I go and try deleting it? Anyone having any question with the detail monitoring? Are you good with the detail monitoring here? Let me know if it is good and we can go and terminate it. Okay. 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 All right. That is good. All right. When do we need a detail monitoring? Actually, whenever you think 5 minutes is too long for you to wait and you want to get data quickly, especially when you are going to be doing a troubleshooting. Okay. And especially when we are going to be going and working with one more type of scenario here, that is during the automatic scaling. Okay, we are going to be going in incorporating the detailed monitoring in a while. Okay, but the primary task is going to be whenever you want to troubleshoot and whenever you think you want to have a more granular data to look at before you decide that why it is having any kind of an issues. Okay, that is where it's going to be helpful. All right, now I'm actually going to be going and trying to terminate this server. I'll select the server, go to instance state and say terminate, and it's gonna show me that okay, the server is gone. Okay, it's gonna be now able to terminate that server. So are you able to terminate your server now? Is it terminating? Is it good? All right, the server is gone for me. Okay, the server is gone for me. All right, the server is gone. So are you good with this? Is the server gone now? Very, very nice. Okay, so that is how the termination protection works, and you should use the termination protection, especially for the production servers. Okay, so you may find Amazon is going to be going and asking you a question that how you will be able to protect the server against accidental deletion. Okay, you need to go and you need to go and remember that one. Okay, you need to use that option. So we are gonna go and start one more server here. Okay, I'm gonna go over, say, launch an instance. The Linux server is fine with me. I'm gonna select that one. T2 micro is okay. And I'm gonna go and use all the default options. I'm not gonna give anything in the user data. All that is fine for me. I'm gonna use a default network as well, default storage and tag. I'll call that as server 2. Okay, I'll use the existing firewall. Don't want to create a new one. Okay. Okay, so let's launch the server and we are going to be going and using the same key which we have. Okay. And server is gonna boot up real quick. Okay. We know that server is gonna be quick here. So I'm waiting for the server to turn green. Okay. All right. So it's running for me. Okay. I started this server as a T2 micro, and you know that T2 micro contains one CPU and 1 GB of RAM, right? We do have a very limited resources on this T2 micro. So when I started this machine, I thought that machine is going to be good for me. Right now, I have more users, more applications, more data, and I'm feeling this server is slow. And the server is hitting a CPU and the memory up to 90% all the time. So in that way, I'm actually thinking of adding more resources to it. Okay. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm actually going to be going and changing the size of the same server. Okay. So for example, I do have this T2 micro server. Okay. I do have created this T2 micro server. And we do have the operating system disk also attached with it. Okay. We are going to be having the EBS volume or the C drive attached to it, right? Okay. So now what I'm going to be doing is I'm actually going to be going and trying to change the size of the server. I'm going to be going and trying to use a bigger machine with more CPU and the more RAM. And when I'm going to be doing and changing the size of the server, there will not be any kind of change to the C drive we have. Okay, there's going to be no change to it. My software is going to be there, my application is going to be there, all my configuration is still going to be there intact. Okay, there's going to be no change whatsoever. It's going to be perfectly working as expected. Okay, it's going to be working the same way as expected. Let's try doing that one. Okay, and I want you to join me in this exercise. So if I'm here and I'm going to go and change the Linux server to here, okay, I'm going to be trying to change the size of the server. What I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be going to action, and then again I'm going to be going and saying instance settings. Okay, action and the instance settings, and that is where you do have one option here called change instance type. And right now this option is actually grayed out. This option is not active right now. This is not active right now, which means I actually cannot change the size of the server on the fly. I actually need to stop the server. I need to shut down this operating system and then make the changes. I cannot make these changes on the fly. So this is the one drawback we do have with this vertical scaling. Okay, when we are going to be trying to add more resources to the same machine, we call that as a vertical scaling, and vertical scaling cannot be done on the fly. Okay, vertical scaling cannot be done in the real time. That requires a downtime. You need to shut down that server. Means uh, you need to have a downtime from the application to proceed. Okay, so now I'm actually going to be going and stopping the server, and then going to be trying to use this option one again. Let's do that. I will select the server. I'll go to the instance state and say I want to stop the instance. All right, the server shown to me is actually stopped. It is showing that, yeah, the server is stopped. And I'm going to be trying to change the server once again. I will go to action, instance settings, and this time you will find we do have a change instance type option activated. Do you see this active for you? Are you able to change the size of the server? So I can actually go and change a different model now. Okay, I'll be able to say change the instance type, and it's again gonna show me a long list of servers that which one you want to choose. Okay, it says which one you want to choose. I'm gonna say I would like to go and use a medium one. Okay, I want to use a medium server. So let me select the medium and then I'm gonna say and apply. And you will realize the instance type of this server is changed now. Okay, it is now showing that I do have this instance type which is changed. Earlier it was T2 micro, but I have changed that one to the T3 medium. Okay, and now what I have to do is I actually need to go and start the server. But here's the one thing you need to remember here. We are using the T2 micro, and T2 micro is actually part of the free tier. We don't have to pay any kind of additional charges for it, right? Don't have to pay any additional charges for, but T3 medium is not a part of the free tier. Okay, so T3 medium is gonna be costing us some additional money. So I'm not gonna start it because as soon as I start, Amazon will start charging me for the medium server. Although cost is gonna be very, very small, but still the medium server is actually chargeable. Okay, but if you need to try it out, we can go and click on the start, and the same machine is gonna boot up, right? There's gonna be no issues, no problem. We'll have everything gonna be working perfectly fine. Okay, okay, okay. All right. So let me know if you have any questions here. So she's saying that T2 and T3 have a predefined CPU and memory. So you need to increase the CPU uh, and RAM, but not the storage. That is correct, Sri. Okay. So we are actually only changing the compute. Storage can be managed separately. Okay. And we are going to be talking about the scalability of the storage when we go into the storage component, when we're going to be going to the storage topic. Right now, we are trying to change the compute, and compute is only going to be impacting the CPU and the RAM. Okay, only CPU and the memory. So your understanding is right here. Okay, you're right there, Sri. Okay, anyone else having any other question? So I'm not gonna start this one. Instead, I'm actually gonna go and try to terminate this one. I'll go ahead and say I'm gonna terminate that. So let's do that. Okay, I say I don't need it. I'll uh, I'll go over to instance state and I'm gonna say I'll let this server go. All right, so we have chosen and we have removed that one. Okay. Okay. So the scalability part which we have checked, okay, the scalability part which we have seen here, in that way, we are actually trying to scale one of the server over there. Okay. We are actually trying to scale the one of the machine here, and this is known as a vertical scaling. Okay, this is known as a vertical scaling. So you are actually able to add the resources of the same server. You are actually able to, remove the resources of the same server whenever you need. And one thing to remember here for the vertical scaling is you will not be able to perform this operation on the fly. Okay, you will not be able to perform this operation on the fly. It requires a downtime. Okay, the next type of a scalability which we are going to talk about. Okay, let's see what is the next type of a scalability we are going to be going and talking here. That is known as a horizontal scaling. Okay, that is actually known as a horizontal scaling. So what happens in the case of a horizontal scaling is we are actually not going to depend on one single server. Okay, we are not going to be dependent on a one single server. In place of a single server, we are actually going to be going and creating multiple servers. Okay, we are actually going to be having a multiple servers here. So which means I'm actually going to be having a multiple servers. Same service is going to be running on all the servers, and I can actually go and have a load balancer on top of it, so that users are actually going to be going and connecting to the load balancer first, and they are going to be then trying to access the services on these all the servers. Now the advantage I do have here in the horizontal scaling is uh, I am not dependent on a one single server. Okay, I'm not dependent on a one single server. I do have multiple servers to depend on. Okay, there are multiple servers I need to depend on, and the scalability is also gonna be very very easy. Okay, scaling is also gonna be very very easy. Whenever I need, I can actually go and add more servers on the fly. Okay, I'll be able to go and add more servers on the fly. So let's see if I have these three servers, and if I say I have more number of users right now, I'm going to be having a large application going to be consuming the services right now. I can actually go and add more and more servers there. Okay, I can actually go and add more and more number of servers over there, isn't it? So, which means whenever there is a demand, I can go and add more number of servers on the fly, And whenever there are less number of users, I can actually go and reduce the number of servers here. Okay, I can actually go and shrink the environment I have, and there's going to be high availability available to me, right? Because I'm not dependent on one server. The application is going to be available to me all the time. Okay, it's going to be available to me all the time. I need not to have just dependency on a one zone or one single server. I do have a lot of different servers to use, different servers to depend on. Okay, so that is how the horizontal scaling is going to work, and that is something we are going to be going and trying to do next. Okay, we'll work on this lab, and you will understand this better. Okay. So to use this one, what we are going to do, we are actually going to take you to the console. Let's try doing it. Okay. So scalability is also a part of the EC2. Okay. And this horizontal scaling is also part of here. So to use the horizontal scaling, okay, to use the horizontal scaling, what we need to do, we actually need to go and locate a section here on the left hand side. Toward the end, you have an option here called auto scaling. And I would like you to go and select that auto scaling groups. Okay, we need to go and select, say I want to use an auto scaling group here. As soon as you select the auto scaling group, it's going to take you here on the screen. Okay, the screen is gonna be shown to you here like this. So here we do have to define a size of the group we want to create. Okay, we can actually go and define that how this group is gonna look like to us. Okay, how big and small this group is gonna be. Okay, how big or small this group is gonna be. So we need to define the minimum size of the group, and then we have to define a maximum size of the group. And we can define certain condition on this group as well, that how do you want the environment to scale automatically, under which condition it need to be increased, under which condition it need to be reduced. That is something we are going to be going and talking about here. And when we talk about the auto scaling, we actually going to work with the three different policies. Okay, we are actually going to be going and talking about three different policies. Which policies we are going to be going and using? We are actually going to be trying to use first policy, which is fixed policy. Okay, we are going to be going and trying to use, which is a fixed policy. And then the second policy which we are going to be discussing and doing is called dynamic. Okay, and the third policy which we're going to be talking about is the schedule one. So fixed policy, dynamic policy, and then scheduled policy. Okay, we do have these three different policies which we are going to be talking about. All right. Okay. So let's start with the first policy here, that is a fixed policy, and let's see how this policy works, and we are going to be also talking about that, what are the advantages and where we're going to be going and making use of this policy. Okay, that's what we are going to be talking and discussing here. No, I'm good. Okay, so okay, so for the fixed policy, okay, for the fixed policy, we are going to be going and trying to check that how we're going to be defining it. Fixed policy means we are going to have fixed number of servers which are going to be running here in this group. Okay, we're going to be having a fixed number of servers going to be running here. So how we're going to start with this, we actually going to be going and clicking on saying I want to go and create the auto scaling group. So let me say I want to go and create that auto scaling group here. So are you able to see the screen? Are you able to go to this tab? Are you able to locate this option? Okay, thank you, Mohammed. Thanks, Rahul. Okay, very nice. So looks like you all are here on the same screen. That is very, very nice. So let's go and try configuring it. Okay. So it says you need to give the name for the auto scaling group, and I'm gonna call this one as my web auto scaling group. Okay, this is my web auto scaling group. All right. And once you're done, then it's also gonna be asking you to provide a launch template. Okay, because this particular scaling is gonna go and create server automatically. Yeah, this particular configuration is gonna go and create the servers automatically. So we need to actually predefine the server type that auto scaling is gonna go and use which kind of configuration to create new servers. Okay, so we need to go and define that in advance, that which model of the server I want to use, which AMI I want to use, which key pair I need to use, right? Which tags I need to use. So I am going to be going and providing all those answers in advance to auto scaling, so that auto scaling can go and create those servers automatically. Okay, auto scaling will have the answers to all those questions, and auto scaling will be able to create those servers automatically. It is not going to ask me any questions. So let's go and try to create the launch template. So I'm gonna go and click on here that right now it's gonna show me that I do not have any of the launch template here. Okay, it's gonna show me that I do not have any of the launch template. Okay, and we need to click in here. We need to go and click in here that I want to create a new launch template. Let's go and try to create a new template, and you will understand that what is there inside the template. Okay, what do we have in the template? All right, looks like I do have one of the previous template which is existing. I'm actually gonna go and delete that one. I'm gonna be creating a new one for you so that we all can go and work on the same one. Okay, so I have this one. I'm gonna be going and deleting it. And I'm gonna be going and choosing saying I want to create a new launch template. Okay, want to create this non-launch template, and you will find it is actually gonna be going and asking you all the same questions you need to answer while building a new server. Okay, it's actually going to be going and asking you the same questions here as well. Okay, the first thing is I need to actually go and give the template name, and I'm gonna go and call this one as my Windows web template. And and the template version description is actually optional. If you want to give, that's good. If not, that's fine. Okay. And we need to go and continue to scroll it down. The very first thing which we need to select here is the which image you want to use. Okay, which is operating system you want to use. And I'm going to go and make a use of it that I want to actually go and make use of Windows here. Okay, you'll find it is actually going to be going and showing you the same AMIs which we have seen on the first page when we create the server. So I'm going to be interested in selecting the Windows Server 2019 base. Okay, I'm going to go and use that one. So are you able to locate this? Is it showing you this AMI you need? All right. So I'm gonna go ahead and select this Windows Server 2019 base and gonna continue to the next step. So again, it's asking for which type of instance you would like to use. And I'm actually gonna be going in trying to use the T2 Micro. Okay. So T2 Micro is part of the free tier. So I'm gonna go and make use of it. All right. It says, do you want to add any kind of a key pair to it? I'm gonna say yes. I would like to use a key as well. I do have the NSCIT key which we have created earlier, and I'm going to add that to this template. Okay, going to be going and adding that here. All right, I'm going to scroll it down further. And here I also have a choice to decide that which network it is going to be part of. So I'm not going to be I'm not going to be using the finesse one, but I'm going to be going with the default one. Okay. For the security group, yes, we are gonna go and use the NSE IT firewall. And I know that we have the port number 3389, which is required for the RDP, and we have the port number 80 also part of it. So I'm good to use the uh, same firewall here in the default VPC I have. Okay, I'll continue to use this NSE IT firewall here. All right, it's again gonna be asking me with how much storage are you going and using. So 30 gig of storage is good with me. Okay, 30 gig of storage is fine. So I'm going to scroll this further. It says, do you need tags? I'm actually not going to use tag here, but I'm going to be going and using this tags when I'm going to be creating auto scaling policies. Okay, I'm not using a tags here right now. Network interfaces is also fine, and that's all the information I need here. Okay, nothing else is I'm going to use here. And then I'm going to go and hit the button say create this launch template. It's going to be very quick creating that one, and that is very, very nice. and we'll be able to go ahead and use this template in the in building the in building it auto scaling here. So I'm back here on this page from where we went ahead and tried to create this launch template. So launch template is created, and that launch template will actually start showing up here as soon as I use a refresh button. So are you able to locate the template which we have just created? Is it showing up here for you? Okay, all right. So that's good, Rahul, Humira, entry. That is great. Okay, thank you, Surbi. So means we have already given all the answers the configuration is going to be looking for while building new server. Okay, it knows that which type of a server I need to use for while building it, while creating it. Okay, so I will select this one and then I will scroll it down. Okay, I'm going to scroll it down and then I will move to the next step here. Okay, I'm going to go and move to the next step here. All right, let's go and select next here. And then it's gonna ask me some of the questions. It says, uh, do you want to purchase this server under the different types? We have actually not discussed that the purchasing options as of now. So I'm not gonna be using this one. I'll just go ahead and use the default one here. And then it's gonna be asking me that which network you're gonna be going and making use of it. I'll say I'm gonna be going and using the default VPC. And it also has a very interesting option here where we are going to be asking to choose the zones. So we are going to be going and selecting the zones where we would like to go and deploy the servers. Okay, where do you want auto scaling to create these servers automatically? Okay, where do you want these servers to be created automatically? We are actually going to be going and selecting the subnets here, and we are going to be trying to select all the zones. Okay, all right. So in this way, you can actually create a restriction that you want the server to be created in a specific zone. You might go and say, I want only zone where A and B should be used. Okay, it should only be used with the A and B. But I'm gonna go and use all of them. I want auto scaling to use all these zones. My auto scaling should be able to go and create servers any of these zones in this particular region. Okay, so I'm not restricting. I'm not creating any kind of restriction here. So let's select all of them here. All right. So once we have selected the networking part here, we are going to go and move on to the next step here. So let's go and choose, say we want to move to the next here. Okay. All right. This is a very, very important option. Okay. And I want you to pay attention to it because we are going to go and use this option to do one project next. Okay, there's going to be a one project which we are going to be going and doing after lunch, and I'm going to be going in you to remember this. Okay, I want you to remember this one. uh, So what you can do, you can actually attach a load balancer here. So whenever auto scaling is going to be creating the servers automatically, auto scaling is going to be going and adding those servers with the, auto scaling is going to be adding all those servers with the load balancer. If you already have a load balancer, you can go and choose say attach to the existing load balancer. If you select this option, it will allow you to choose the load balancer which already exists for you. Right now, I do not have any of the load balancer. That is why it is not showing. If I have a classic load balancer, it will show the load balancer here for me. Okay. Right now we don't have any load balancer, that is why it's not showing us. Otherwise, I can integrate the load balancer with my auto scaling, and auto scaling is going to create the servers, and those servers are going to be added underneath the load balancer automatically. I hope you are able to understand this one, right? So we have done this exercise, but we have done that manually. We created these servers and then added those servers with the load balancer. But with the help of this option, the servers are going to be created automatically with the auto scaling, and these servers are going to be added to the load balancers automatically. Okay, it's going to be added here to the load balancer automatically. So hope this makes sense. Okay, hope this makes sense. All right. So right now I'm going to say I do not have any of the load balancer, so I'm going to be proceeding without the load balancer. Okay. So, but the project which I'm going to be sharing with you, you actually need to make use of this option, and you need to use the load balancer in this exercise. Okay. So let me go and scroll it down. All right, and then I'm gonna go and select no. I'm just gonna be selecting no load balancer here, and then gonna be moving on to the next step here. Now, this is the place where we need to configure the scaling policy. Okay, this is the step. This is step number 4, where we need to go and configure the scaling policy, and this is where we need to choose that which type of policy we need to use. Okay, so we can use any of these policies. Okay, we can actually go and use any of these policies. The first one which we're going to be trying is going to be fixed policy. Okay, so we are going to be going and using the fixed policy first, and then we will show you the dynamic and the schedule. Okay, so when I say fixed policy, that means I'm actually going to be going and running the fixed number of servers. Okay, all right. So fixed policy means I want a fixed number of servers to be running here all the time. Okay, so which means if I'm going to be going and using a fixed policy, my minimum number of servers and my maximum number of servers are going to be the same. Okay, minimum, the maximum number is going to be the same, which means I'm going to be using the fixed number of servers. Let's try using it, and then we will discuss that why do I need a fixed number of servers to be running here. Okay, why do I need the fixed number of servers there? Okay, that's a good question, Sri. But if you're going to be having a fixed number of servers, then how it is known as scaling? Okay, you're right. Okay, we are actually not trying to scale, but we are trying to do something else here. Okay, we are not actually doing kind of a scaling on the fly, but we're actually trying to do something else here. Let's do this exercise, and you will understand that what exactly is happening here. Okay, but that's good. You are able to make out that okay what it is doing. So what I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to go and change this number to 3. I'm going to choose that I would like to go and run 3 servers. Let's go and choose 3 here, which means I'm actually saying that I want a 3 number of servers to be running in my group all the time. So in this auto scaling group, I am choosing a 3 servers to be running here. Okay. In this group, 3 servers should be running here. All right. And then we need to specify the scaling policy, and I'm going to say none. I don't want to use any kind of a scaling policy here. And then I'm going to be going and moving to the next step. Okay, here we will be able to add the notifications. So you remember yesterday we created a SNS topic. We actually use the simple notification service. So simple notification service can be integrated here. We can go and make use of simple notification service, and simple notification service is actually going to be going and sending us a notification for for any kind of an action happening, any kind of change happening in this group. I'm going to go and choose that one. I say I want to receive a notification. It says where do you want to receive the notifications? I'm going to say I have a topic here. We created this topic yesterday, right? We created that NSE IT SNS topic yesterday. So we are going to be going and making use of it. Okay, we are going to be going and making use of it. So let me go and choose, say I want to use this SNS topic here, and it is actually going to be notifying me all these type of events, which means at any point of time when the auto scaling is going to be launching a new server, if it is reducing or removing the server, or if it is going to be having some kind of an issue while launching or removing it. Okay, in case if it is not able to launch, if it is not able to create that one, I would also like to get notified at that point of time. Okay, that is what we're going to be trying to check this through. Okay, are you able to see the SNS topic which we created yesterday? Are you able to integrate that with the auto scaling here? Is it allowing you to do so? Okay, okay, all right, good, very, very good, very, very good. So I'm gonna go and say next. It says, do you want to add any tag? And we are gonna go and select that yes, we would like to go and add a tag here. And the reason we would like to go and select a tag here is because as soon as a new server will be created, we actually would like to go and know that who created that server. And if you're going to be having a right tag on it, we'll be able to identify it very easily. Okay, that who created that server. So I'm going to go and say I want to have a tag here for the server created by the auto scaling, and I'm going to be adding a tag here called name. Value is going to be auto scaled server, which means as soon as the new server is going to be deployed, it is actually going to come up with this particular tag, which will help me identify that who created this server. Okay, that's going to help me identify that who created that server. Okay, all right. So I'm going to go and click on next here. And we are on the final screen where we are going to be reviewing, and we are actually going to be going and trying to create this stuff. We'll go and click on say create this auto scaling group here, and it's gonna be done. Okay, it's gonna be done here. And we are actually going to be going and trying to check that how many servers we do have running right now. So I will try to click on instances, and I will try to check that in a new tab. I will try to check it out that how many active servers are running in my account. Okay. Do you see the new servers are showing up here? Do you see the new 3 servers are going to be coming up here? So is it creating new servers for you? How many servers do you see over there? Is it showing 3 servers? Okay. And is it also showing the tag to you so that you can identify that who is creating these servers? Okay. All right. Okay. That is good. That is very, very nice. Okay. That is good. That is very, very nice. Now, you see, all these servers are created with the same specification which we have specified in the template. Okay, we have given the instructions, we have given the choices in the template, and the template is used to create all these 3 servers. And if I'm going to be going and saying I want a 30 servers or a 300 servers, which means I'm going to be having all those hundreds of servers created with the template which I'm going to be supplying. It's going to be going and using the same configuration, same template, same specification, and then going to be creating those servers for me. Right? That is how it is going to be deployed. All right. Now, what is the advantage I do have? I can actually go and create these multiple servers from the AMI also, right? We have created the image, or we can create a template, and I can go and build these servers automatically from those, right? I can actually duplicate servers. I can actually create multiple servers in that way. What advantage I do have using the auto scaling here? Why should I go and use the auto scaling groups for this purpose? Now, the advantage is auto scaling is gonna make sure that we do have fixed number of servers running all the time. In case if we are going to lose any of the server, okay, in case if you're going to be going and losing any of the server, auto scaling is gonna go and create a replacement for it. Auto scaling will go and try to create a replacement for that server automatically. And you will also notice that the auto scaling has created those 3 servers, and those 3 servers are actually being created in 3 different zones. These servers are actually coming in 3 different zones, right? They are coming in 3 different zones here. Okay, what I'm going to be doing is I'm actually going to be trying to create some problem here. I'm going to be trying to create a fault. I'm going to be trying to meet one of the server and see how auto scaling is going to react to it. I'll select one of the server, any server, and then I say I want to terminate that instance. Okay, so let's go and terminate any of the one server and then see what happens. Okay, so as soon as the server is shutting down. Okay, as soon as the auto scaling realized that I lost one of the server. Okay, soon auto scaling realized that we lost one server. It is going to be trying to create a replacement. It is going to be going and trying to create a replacement for it automatically. I need not to do anything manually. There is no manual intervention required. It is going to be creating a replacement automatically, and that is really very, very nice. Yeah, that's really, really cool feature we have. I can actually go and check the status here onto the auto scaling group as well. So you find that right now it is showing that I have three instances. Okay, it's showing that I have three instances. But as soon as it realized that I lost one server, it's gonna go and try to create a replacement for it. Okay, as soon as it realized that I lost one of the server, there will be a replacement spinning up. Okay, no, it is still not aware that I lost one server. It still thinks that we have three healthy servers. Okay, still thinks that. All right, let me do a refresh one more time. And there we go. Do you see? It says there are two servers now. Okay, it realized that we lost one server, and now what I'm expecting is I'm expecting that there's going to be one new server gonna show up here automatically. Okay, there's going to be one new server going to be created here. So very soon we'll see one server in progress. And there we go. I do have one server showing up here in the pending state. Okay, I do have one server showing up in the pending state. So is it working for you? All right. Okay. Yeah, we'll help you, Mohammed. Don't worry. Yep, we'll come to you. So yep, I do have the third server spun up here automatically, and I have three healthy server running. Okay, I have the three healthy servers running. So is it working for you? Is this something working for you? Is this good for you? So do you have the replacement created for you? Okay, very nice. Okay, very nice. Okay. All right, let me get some water for myself. In the meantime, you can actually try this out. I'll be right back in 5 minutes. Okay, I'll be back in 5 minutes. All right, folks. Please let me know if you are able to hear me. Uh, Actually, I have an emergency to handle. Uh, my neighbor needs me. I actually need to drop him to hospital. Okay. So are you guys able to hear me? So guys, I have an emergency to attend. Actually, I need to drop my neighbor to hospital. So I'll be try to back at 2. Okay. Maybe we'll be having a little bit extended lunch break. I'll try to be back at 2. Okay. So I need to pause here and I'll be try to be back. Okay. We'll try to extend toward the evening. Okay. We'll try to add those 15-20 minutes toward the evening and we should be good. Okay. So let me just drop him quickly to hospital and come back. Okay. Thank you, folks. I'll be right back. All right, everyone. So time up, and I'm also back. I also managed to be back at on time. Okay, please let me know if you are also back, and we can resume. Okay. All right. Thank you, Shri. Okay. Thanks, Rahul and Shubham. Okay. So looks like Mohammed had also some emergency, and he also had to attend that. That's fine. Okay. Thank you, Shraddha. Okay, Surbi is back. Thank you. All right. Okay. So Sanil is also back, and we do have a new participant today, Nitish. Hey, Nitish, we haven't got a chance to interact earlier. So are you already familiar with these basic AWS services, and you are finding this session easy to understand? Are you okay? And Nitish, do you have a AWS console? Um, are you able to work? All right. Nitish, do you need a microphone to talk? Okay. Let me give you a microphone here. All right, you can unmute and we can actually talk. Okay, so you're finding some issues to start to begin with. Okay. All right. Okay. 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 All right. I think I'm not able to see all the messages. Let me try closing this and trying opening up again. Okay. All right. So are we guys good to continue? I'm not sure. For some reason I lost some of the messages here and not able to see those. Okay, I think I have done a mistake here. I've sorted that by the receiving. Okay. It is good now. All right.
Hello,
Hi,
hello, sir.
Nitish. Able to hear
Hello,
you
sir.
now.
Good afternoon, sir.
Very good afternoon. So, Nitish, do you have the AWS account?
Sir, today is my first day, sir. I got a call from Karthikeyan, sir, to join this same training. So, sir, today is my first day, sir. I do not have some starting how to start, sir. I have some issues to start from. Where to start?
Okay. Okay. So, the very first thing you need to do is actually you need to go and create a AWS account for yourself. Okay. Let me
Okay,
share a link, and you will be able to go and create an account for yourself.
okay, sir.
All right. So, let me share that link with you. So this is actually a free AWS account, and you need to provide your you need to provide your credit card details to create your account. Okay, so that is fine. You can actually give your credit card details or debit
Okay, sir.
card details, and you can get started with it. Just follow the instructions to create a free
Okay,
tier
sir.
account. You need to provide your email address. You need to provide, say I'm a student. And if you need any other information, feel free to
Okay, sir.
connect with and call any of the participants. So, do you know any of the team member here? Are you familiar with anyone?
Yes, sir. Yeah, sir.
Okay.
I'm familiar with
So, who actually?
Surbi and
Okay.
Kajal, sir.
Okay. Very nice. So, I think
Yes,
you
sir.
can use Surbi and Kajal for your buddy, and just try giving them a call. They will bring you up to speed. Okay.
Okay, sir.
All right. You can actually chat with them. You can actually call them and get help to get started here. Okay. Once you get the account, let me know. We'll guide you and we'll try to share more information on you that how you can use those information. Okay. Actually, you lost 2 days of information, and that's a lot of information you lost, right? So I know it's a difficult to start, but once you create your account and you will be able to create a couple of services, you're gonna be fine. Okay. All
Okay.
right. So uh, let's uh, let's continue here. So what we have done here so far is we are here on the AWS console, and we were trying to create an auto scaling group. And when we created an auto scaling group, we do have a different type of policies which we can work with. Okay, we do have a different type of policies, and we were talking about that we do have a one policy called fixed policy. Okay, we do have one policy which is known as a fixed policy, and and with the help of the fixed policy, we can keep some of the fixed number of servers to be up and running all the time. Okay, so they will help us that okay, we're going to be having these a fixed number of servers which are going to be running all the time. And in case if we are going to be losing any of the server, the fixed policy is going to be going and creating a replacement for it. Okay, and that is something we just witnessed that how exactly this works, right? We just saw that how this works. Uh, Next, what we're going to be doing is we're actually going to be going and trying to change these fixed numbers. So if I started the group with 3, but now I realize that I don't need all the 3 active servers here. Okay, I do not require 3 active servers here. I want to just run one single server. But if I'm going to be trying to delete the multiple servers, what's going to happen is it's actually going to be giving me an error, or it's going to be trying to recreate those servers again. Okay, it will not let me delete them. Okay, it will not allow me to delete them. It is gonna automatically create a replacement for that, and I will always be having a 3 active servers running in my account. Then how to reduce it? We can actually go and change these numbers manually. Okay, we can actually go and change these numbers manually. So how to change? So you actually need to come here on the screen where you have auto scaling group. So how to come on the screen? When you are here on the EC2 dashboard, and on this EC2 dashboard you can come from the AWS console. You need to scroll it down and then locate the auto scaling groups. Once you select these auto scaling groups here, okay, once you select these auto scaling group here, and it's going to show you the auto scaling group which we have created. Okay, it's going to be displaying that this is the auto scaling group which we have created. And what we're going to do, we are actually going to go and select this auto scaling group. Okay, we'll select this auto scaling group and then go and click on the edit button. Okay, we'll go and click on this edit button. All right. So if I click on edit, it is going to be going and showing me the same group size figures again. Okay, it's going to show me uh, those figures here. And what I'm going to do, okay. So what I'm going to do, I'm actually gonna go and change these numbers. I'm gonna say I don't need these three. I don't need these three servers. I'm gonna go and change them with just one. So I need not to go and delete the number of servers uh, on the console. I'm gonna go and update the configuration, and this configuration is automatically gonna go and update the active number of servers. Okay, so which means as soon as I am gonna go and click on say would like to go and update, you will find that it is gonna start reducing the active number of servers. Okay, as soon as I gonna go and say update, you will find it is gonna go and start reducing the active number of servers. We will soon have just one single active server running, and rest of the two servers are gonna go and disappear. Okay, those two servers are gonna be in the terminate state, and we are only gonna be having a one active server. Okay, the process is already started. It started removing the active server I do have here. Okay, I do see that I'm actually losing that server. Okay, is that working for you? Is that good for you? Okay, all right. So as soon as we update the active number of servers, it is actually going to be automatically going to be start updating, modifying those. Okay. All right. Very, very nice. Okay, that is good. That is very, very nice. Okay. Now I only have one active server here. Okay. So there's just one active server now. Okay. So this looks great. Okay. This looks awesome. Now we are actually going to be going and moving on to the next policy here. Any question, anyone? Is it good so far? Now we are actually going to be going and trying to work with the dynamic one. And dynamic is very interesting because we need to specify a range that I want my range to be maybe 10 servers to 20 servers, and then I need to specify certain conditions. And depending upon those conditions, auto scaling is going to be creating and removing these servers automatically. Okay, that's going to be the interesting part here. Okay, thank you, Sri. Let's go and start with the dynamic one. So what I'm going to do in the dynamic one is I actually need to specify a minimum number of servers I need. Okay, how many minimum number of servers I need. I also need to specify a maximum number of servers I need to use. Let's say I'm saying I need 10 number of servers. That is a minimum number, and I need 30 servers as a maximum one, which means I'm defining a range in which the auto scaling is going to be creating a number of servers. So auto scaling is always going to be making sure that we do have a 10 servers running in our account. Okay, auto scaling is going to be ensuring that we do have these 10 servers up and running all the time. In case there are more users, in case the CPU goes high, if there are more number of connections, the auto scaling is gonna go and add more number of servers. Okay, it's gonna go and add more number of servers. Okay, just give me a second here, please. All right, guys. So I'm back. Okay. So okay. So today is actually a very different day. So I'm very much distracted since morning. Okay. I'm very much distracted since morning. So today in the morning, actually, my father-in-law he fell off stairs, and we actually need to take him to hospital. So he's not in the same city. He's in different city. But that was a kind of a disturbing call in the morning. So he's still in the ICU, and looks like there's a kind of an operation schedule for him. And we were trying to overcome that particular incident. And in the afternoon, my neighbor, so he's also a retired person, then he fell off the stairs as well. And looks like their son was not at home, and I need to drive him to the hospital. So today is a crazy day for me. Okay. All right, please excuse me for that. All right. So I was trying to share with you that how we are going to be going and using this dynamic policy. Okay. So in this dynamic policy, uh, we are going to be going and defining the minimum number of servers we need, and then we have a maximum number of servers we need. And then we also going to be defining certain conditions that under which conditions we need to change these numbers. For example, I need to go and define that I would like to have a CPU utilization, and my CPU should always be less than 70%. Okay, that means auto scaling is going to be keeping a track of that how much CPU I'm utilizing. Okay, how much CPU I'm utilizing, and if I'm going to be trying to, if the CPU utilization goes high, okay, if the CPU utilization goes on the higher side, it's going to go and try to add more servers here, and it can continue to add the servers till we reach the upper limit or upper capacity here. Okay, so that is how it is gonna work. Now, how many current servers we are running? Okay, how many current servers we are running? That is something is gonna be tracked by another value called desire. Okay, you might have seen that we do have some number called desire. So whenever we start this scaling group, my desire is equivalent to the minimum number of servers. Okay, it is gonna be 10. But in case if there is a demand for more resources, if more people are going to join and consume the resources, okay, so uh, it's gonna it's gonna add up more servers on the list. And desire is always that how many servers currently we are running. It might be possible that we have currently 12 server running. It might be we have a 15 server running. Okay, that is what the desired number is. And this is the condition we need to fulfill. This is the condition we need to maintain, which means if my CPU goes above 70, let's say my CPU is 80 now. Okay, it is at 80. If my CPU is 80, it is gonna go and add more servers here. And if my CPU utilization goes down, let's say my CPU utilization is actually 60, it will automatically reduce the number of servers. Okay, it's gonna go and reduce the number of servers automatically. And that is something is going to be happening automatically dynamically. Okay, that's going to be happening automatically dynamically. And that is what the auto scaling is going to do. Okay, that's what the auto scaling is going to do. All right, let's try to create it. Okay, let's try to create it. I'm going to try to create a scaling group, and I'll say my minimum number of servers is going to be 1, and my maximum number of servers are going to be 3. And then we will also give a condition that I want to maintain my average CPU utilization, which need to be at 70%. If it goes beyond 70%, we actually need to go and add more number of servers. If it gets reduced from that, we're gonna be going and removing the number of servers. Okay, that's uh, that's how it's gonna work. All right. So let's go and try to configure that one. I'm again gonna take you back here to the auto scaling group. Okay, we are gonna go and work over here. The very first thing we are going to do is we are going to go and change the maximum capacity. Minimum is 1 is fine. And we are not going to do anything with the desire. Desire is automatically controlled. I'm going to go and change the maximum one. I'm going to change that to 3. That means now I'm going to define a range in which I would like to have the active servers running in my account. I'm going to go and click on say edit, and then I'm going to define and say my maximum number of servers I would like to run in this particular group is going to be 3, and I'm going to update it. Okay, I'm going to update it. Nothing is going to happen. Okay, nothing is going to happen because we don't have any kind of a criteria, we don't have any kind of a policy, we don't have any kind of a condition which is going to help us change the size of the group. Okay, we do not have any of that sort. So what we're going to do, uh, we're gonna now we're gonna go and now create the scaling policy here. Okay, we're gonna go and now create a scaling policy here. So if you come here on this page, you do have a automatic scaling mentioned here, and we are going to be going and trying to work through this. Okay, we're going to go and work with this auto scaling part. So I'm going to go and click on this one, auto scaling. And right now we do not have any kind of a policy which is going to help change the environment. Okay, we don't have any kind of a policy right now here. So what I'm going to do, I'm actually going to go and create one policy for us. So I'm going to go and change the policy. I'm going to say I want to add a policy here. So if I'm going to be trying to create the policy, the first thing it's going to be asking is that, okay, what is the name of the policy you want to create and what is the type of the policy? I'm going to say policy is maintaining a target here. We are going to be tracking the target and we're going to be changing and maintaining the target. And name of the policies, you can give any of the name. You can say target tracking policy or my policy or whatever name you think is going to be good. I'm okay using all this. Now it says which is the condition you want to monitor. So you can actually go and monitor multiple conditions. You can say if the network utilization is high or my load balancer is having a more request. Okay, depending if your load balancer is busy, you can also go and create more more number of servers to handle that. Or if there is a more network traffic coming in, you can create a more number of servers. I'm going to be using an average CPU utilization here. Okay, I'm going to be trying to create a average CPU utilization here. So let me go and click on this one. How much target value I need to maintain? I'm going to say I would like to maintain 70%. Okay, I want my CPU to be monitored at 70%. If I'm going beyond 70%, I want more number of servers to be added. Okay, I want a more number of servers to be added here. And if CPU utilization goes below 70, I want the number of servers to be reduced. We can also define that how much time you want to give your server to boot up and join the group. By default, it is 5 minutes, it is 300 seconds, but we can go and change, we can go and modify that how much time you want to give to your server to boot up, the operating system to boot up, the application to be ready, and we can make use of it. Okay, so this is where we are going to be going and defining it. All right, so I'm gonna go and choose, say, I'm gonna make it 2 minutes. Okay, I don't want to give a lot of time for my server to boot up and join the group. I want it to be available very quick, very soon. Okay, I want it to be available at a very quickly. All right, okay. So what next we are gonna do? We are just gonna go and say create this policy. We're gonna be creating this policy. Okay, the policy is created. Okay, the policy is created and we do have that server up and running. And do you know where I can go and check that how much is the CPU utilization on the server? I have currently only one server running, and I want to check that how much is the CPU utilized. Do you remember what is the name of that application? What is the name of that tool? What is the name of that particular service? Okay, yep, you're right, Sanil. Okay, we are gonna go and check it out with the CloudWatch. Okay, CloudWatch is gonna be showing that to us. So I'm gonna go and select the server, and then I'm gonna go and check it out the monitoring, and that is where I will have the CPU utilization shown. Okay, that is where the CPU utilization is gonna come up. Okay, that is very nice. I have the CPU utilization showing up here. Okay, all right. And right now the CPU utilization is gonna be captured every 5 minutes. I'm gonna change that to 1 minute. Okay, but still there's going to be no change because we have not enabled the detail monitoring. That is why it is still capturing the information every 1 minute. So how I can enable the detail monitoring for this server? Okay, how I'll be able to change this? I can actually go to action, and then the last option, monitor and troubleshoot, and then I can go and say I want to manage the detailed monitoring. Okay, then I can go and specify I want to do a detail monitoring here, and let me go and select this one. Okay, okay, all right. I'm gonna go and say I want to enable this detail monitoring, and I'm gonna go and click on say enable. So I will get the data every 1 minute. Is this okay? Are you done with this? Okay, all right. So I'm gonna go and save this one, and it will start capturing the data, which is gonna be every 1 minute. And if I go and check it out, the CloudWatch, okay, if I'm going to be going and trying to check the CloudWatch here, uh, you can see the CPU utilization which I have on this server is very low. Okay, the CPU utilization which we have here is actually very low. Okay, so I actually want to go and do some work on the server so that CPU utilization goes beyond. It should go beyond 70%. Okay, then only my auto scaling is gonna be adding more servers, right? Otherwise it is not gonna go and add more servers. So if I want my auto scaling to come into action, I actually need to add some load to the server. So let's go and try to log into this box. Okay, I'm gonna take you here, and we are gonna be going and trying to connect to this server. So this particular server is actually running for quite some time, and we are going to retrieve the password of the server. So to retrieve the password of the server, we are going to go and click on connect. And then we say, I want to connect to the server via RDP client. Then I'm going to be going in saying, I need to get the password. Okay, let's go and check it out, the download folders, and provide the key and decrypt it. And then we'll be able to use the options credentials name of the server which is available here. And I'm going to be going and trying to use the remote desktop connection to make use of it. Okay, I'm going to be going and trying to use the remote desktop connection here. So here is the remote desktop connection I have, and I'm going to add the server name and say connect. It's going to ask me the username password, and I have the username password. Okay, I trust the server and I'm logged in. Okay, so it is trying to connect me and show me the desktop. Okay, okay. All right, so this desktop is ready, and I'm actually going to be going and trying to check through the task manager that how the CPU utilization looks like on this server. So if I go to task manager and if I say more details, it's actually going to go and show me the performance of it. It's going to show me the performance on CPU, how much CPU is being utilized here. And you can see I'm actually using a very less CPU. Okay, okay, this looks good. I'm actually using a very less CPU here. But I need to do something here to increase the utilization here. Okay, I need to do something so that the utilization is gonna be going above 70%. Okay, I need to do something so that the utilization is on the higher side. Okay, so what I am gonna do in this case is to change the utilization. Okay, what I'm gonna be doing is I'm actually gonna be trying to install one software. Okay, I'm gonna go and try to install one software here. And there is a free tool which is gonna help us generate some load on the server. So I'm actually gonna be going and making use of this software. It's known as heavy load. So heavy load can actually simulate some load on your server. You can actually go and say, okay, go and eat all the CPU on my system, and it's gonna go and eat all the 100% CPU on your machine. Okay, so this software is free to download, and I'm gonna be downloading and installing that on my Windows system in the cloud. Don't download and install that on your local laptop. Okay, this is something we need to do in the Amazon cloud machine. So we need to go and configure that in the remote desktop. So let's try doing that. I'm gonna open up a browser here, and then I'm gonna be trying to download that. Okay, just follow the instructions, and it's gonna be asking you so many questions before it proceeds. And I'm gonna say I would like to download that particular software. So it's gonna be showing you so many warnings here. That's fine. Okay. And I'm going to go and click on say would like to download this for free. Okay. I'm going to add this website so that's not going to be asking me more, uh, more questions. And it's going to be downloading that quickly for me. Okay. I'm going to be adding that in the trusted list. So let me add that in the trusted list. Okay. Does it allow us to add a star here? Okay. No, it doesn't. Okay. That's fine. All right. Let me try downloading it. It's a 15 MB software, which is fine. Yep, I'm able to save it. And I think it's going to be quick to download. Is it working for you? Are you able to download it? Is it in progress for you? Do let me know in case if you need help. Okay, do let me know that. So once downloaded, okay, once downloaded, I'm gonna run this. I'm gonna say install it. I'm doing a setup here. So it's asking that how do you want to set this up? English? Yeah, English is fine. I accept the agreement and let's start it. Okay. Okay. Yeah, okay. Let's launch this. So Surabhi, you actually need to just log in via remote desktop connection. You don't have to enable it. It should not ask you to enable that one. Should be good. Or or I think I'm not able to understand your question clearly. Do you want to share a screen? We can quickly help you if you're stuck. All right. Okay. Yeah, that's a good plan. Okay. I'm making you presenter. Go ahead and share a screen. We'll check that out. Where are you? Okay. Okay. Yeah, you are good, right? Just okay. Okay. It says you may not be able to connect to this instance port because you have not opened this in the firewall. Okay. So I think your firewall is not good. Let's go and check the firewall first. I don't think so it's gonna work. You see this message? It says you may not be able to connect to this instance as you have not opened the firewall. So that's a message showing up in the background. Leave it, it's not gonna work. If the firewall is not open, it's not gonna work. Okay, so close this one. Yeah, cancel this one. Yeah, uh, close this one as well. Come down, check close, scroll it down. Yep, cancel this. That's no, below there's a cancel button. Just cancel that one. Yep. Okay, so now click on the security down there, security tab. Yeah. Okay, scroll it down. Okay, where, okay, 3389. Okay, so 3389 is actually allowed to one specific IP address. Okay, if your IP address is changing, you will not be able to connect to it. We need to change this one. We need to go and allow that for everyone. Okay, so if it is going to be changing, you will not be allowed. So let's go and try editing this one. Go up, scroll up. Okay, we need, no, I think there is option to modify this firewall below there. We need to find an option where we can edit this firewall. Yeah, continue to scroll down. Yeah, toward the end. Is there any option to edit this one? Do you see any option here to edit it?
No, no, sir, I don't see it.
Okay, you don't see that one. That's fine. Uh, just go to the EC2 dashboard on the left hand side. Left hand side, yeah, first option EC2 dashboard, and we need to click on the security groups. Yep, that is correct. And we need to locate the firewall we want to modify. Okay, this is the one. Okay, click on the inbound rules. Inbound. Okay, edit inbound rules. Yeah, there's a button on the right hand side. Yep, this one. Okay, come down and remove these IP addresses. Just cross that one. Yeah, and the above one as well. Okay, now select anywhere. If where the custom is given, okay, yeah, you can select 0 as well, or you can say, yeah, select 0. That's fine. Yep, good. Next one also 0 here. Okay, yeah, you're good. Save this one. And you are good. Let's go and try connecting to it again. Go to the instances on the left hand side. Okay, select the server we want to connect to. Okay, yeah, that's good. Click on connect and let's get the password. Okay. All right. I think you are doing at a good speed. So you're already working on the AWS cloud, or you have
No, sir.
practiced a lot on the 2 days.
Practice. Yes, sir, exactly.
Okay. Very nice. Very nice. So you are getting familiar with all these options. That is good. Yep. Let's get the remote desktop connection here. All right. That is good. Let's add that. Okay. All right.
Yes, sir, it's happening.
Okay. Very nice. So you're good. Okay. You're good. So let me go ahead and
So,
share my screen and you can follow the rest of the instructions. Okay. Is that fine, Surbi?
yes, sir. Thank you, thank you.
All right. Very nice. You're welcome. So let me go and start sharing my screen again. Okay. So looks like the installation is done here for me. Okay. Looks like it's done here. Is that good for you? Are you able to install this package? Did this
Yes.
work for you? Okay. Is everyone good? Able to install this heavy load? All right. Okay. All right. Now what we're gonna do? We're actually gonna go and select the CPU here. Okay. I'm gonna choose that we want to use a CPU here, and then okay, and then we are gonna go and click on the play button, and it's gonna go and add a CPU usage here. Let me just click on the play, and you will find that it is gonna go and eat up all the CPU. All of a sudden, the CPU goes and hits 100%. Okay, is it working? Is it eating up all the CPU? Okay, Okay, so it is eating up all the CPU, and I'm gonna be going and trying to confirm that how it is showing up in the CloudWatch. So if I take you back here in the CloudWatch and if I try to refresh this one, you will see it is gonna be start showing that yep. So we do have data available every minute now. Okay, so yeah, we do see good data available here, and very soon we'll see the CPU will start hitting 100% here as well. Auto scaling is going to depend on CloudWatch. Okay, auto scaling is going to depend on CloudWatch. It is gonna trust CloudWatch for how CPU is looking. Okay, how much how much the CPU is being utilized. Okay, it's gonna go and depend on the CloudWatch to do so. Okay, all right. And as soon as the CloudWatch says that the CPU is above 70%, then auto scaling is going to react. Okay, then auto scaling is going to react. All right, let me let me try refreshing it. And there we go. The CPU is actually gonna be hitting 90 yet for me. So how much is the CPU utilization being reported for you in CloudWatch? Let me know the number. Just go and share the number. Okay, just go and type the number, hit the number, refresh and check it out how much the CPU utilization now reported. Okay, all right, 99 for you, Sri. Good. How about others? All right, I do see it is gonna be hitting above 70% for most of you, right? Let me refresh one more time. And yep, it is pretty much there at the 99. Okay, and I'm gonna check that how my auto scaling is gonna react to it. If I take you here, I should see the desired capacity is gonna change. And there we go, my desired capacity has changed. And you will find that there's gonna be a one new server showing up here. And yes, we have a new server getting ready. It is showing as a pending for me. Okay, because we have virtually created some kind of a load on the CPU. CPU is high and new server is coming up. So do you see new server spinning up in your account? All right. Is that created for you? All right, great. Awesome. That is very, very nice, isn't it? So which means, if you are creating a website where more people are going to be connecting at a specific interval, okay, let's say you are having an online sale website, okay, and people are actually connecting in the morning, they are connecting in the evening, but daytime there is very less workload. On the weekend, more people are connecting, right? And you can create this kind of a policy. If there are more users, if there is more load, the more number of servers are going to be added into the group, and you are going to be able to neutralize the load and have more people use your services. Isn't that helpful? Okay. All right. All right. Okay. So okay, let me go and add it here and you can update your status. Sure, Kajal. We can check it out. What's the issue you have? So I'm gonna add a lab here. So let me know if the manual scaling is working for you, and then you have the dynamic scaling working for you, or the auto scaling. Okay. Let me know if this is something works for you. All right, great. Good job, Mira. Okay, Surabhi is also done. Very, very nice. Okay, good to see that. Okay, okay. Yes, that is right, Shri. The load balancer, it is automatically going to create a server and then add the server to load balancer. And that is the project which we are going to do next. Okay, that is the project we are going to be doing next. So let me check it out. Where Kajal is stuck. So Kajal, I'm sending the rights to you to share your screen. Okay, is that good? Okay, yep, we do see your screen here. Okay. Yeah, you can click on say add just here. Click on add. And okay, just click on add. That's it. Okay, close this one. Okay. Mm, all right. So okay, click on add again. Yeah, say add. That's it. And close it. Okay. Click on download. Okay, add again. All right, it should start downloading it now. Okay, I think you are using a Dutch language here. Okay, the reason it is showing you some different text. It's not downloading. Oh, that's not good. Can you choose on the right hand side where the Dutch is mentioned? Can you go and choose English there on the upper right hand side corner? That is where it's mentioned Dutch. Yeah, select the drop down over there. Okay, you might be having a this tool, click on the right orange arrow. It is going to collapse. Yep. Select here, English. Okay. Then we will see what it is talking about. Okay. Okay. Uh, okay. Looks like it's not happy with you. Okay. Not changing that one. All right. I think close the browser and try one more time. Let's see if it works. Okay. You just need to add that into the trusted listed, and it should work for you. Okay. You need to add that site onto the trusted, and it's gonna work for you. Okay. Okay. Give it a try. Okay. And in the meantime, I'm actually gonna be going and trying to share my screen and I want to walk you through the project which we need to do next. Okay. Let me actually try to share my screen here. And in the meantime, you can try it out. Okay. And let's see if it works for you. So I'm gonna be sharing a project with you. Okay. And this project will gonna be bringing some clarity on what all we have covered here so far. Okay. It's gonna add some clarity to it. Okay. Uh, all right. Let me find out where is that project where I lost that. Okay, here it is. All right, so this is what we are going to be trying to do here in this project. Okay, let me help you understand. Let me walk you through that, what we are going to be trying to do. So we are actually going to be trying to use EC2, load balancer, and auto scaling, and we are going to be going and trying to club all of these together. Okay, the idea is to go and combine them together and then see how these things works. Okay, so we actually need to go and create a classic load balancer. Okay, we'll try to create a load balancer and we will not add any of the server in it. We have one step in which we have to go and add the server. So we will actually not go and add any server over there. Okay, we will just create a blank load balancer. Will not keep any server over there. And then we will create one EC2 server. You can actually create Windows server or Linux server, and you can create your own index.html file. If you're gonna go and use the Windows, reset the Windows password. And we are actually creating this machine to create our own custom image. So once we have created this as a web server, we are gonna go and create a image here. We're gonna go and say AMI here. And please create the image after stopping the server. Don't create the image when the server is up and running. Okay, you need to create this image, AMI image, when the server is stopped so that you have a good backup, you have a good image to use. And then we are going to create an auto scaling groups, in which we are going to be growing and creating an auto scaling configuration. And we will make use of the AMI image which we have created earlier in the step number 3. And then finally, we will create an auto scaling group and we will use the load balancer in that. Okay, you remember we had an option where we can go and say I have an existing load balancer. So we are gonna go and make use of that load balancer. Okay, and we are going to be going and using a fixed policy in which we are going to be using a minimum maximum desire is 2. We're going to keep that number. So whole idea of this exercise is we will be giving an image which is going to be having a web server, and auto scaling is going to create 2 servers automatically and add that in the load balancer, and we should be able to go and access our website from the load balancer. Okay, the load balancer link should work, load balancer domain name should work. That is what we are going to be trying to complete here. So does this make sense? Is this okay for you? Okay, is this okay for you? uh, try doing it and let me know if you have any questions. Okay, try to do as much as you can yourself and let's see how far you are able to go. Okay, I'm actually gonna go and add these instructions here for this project in the sheet, in the resources sheet, so that you can actually uh, refer this at your end. Okay, all right, let me add it, keep it here. Okay, you can follow the steps locally with you. I'm also gonna keep it here so that you can read it and you can do that. And I'm also gonna go and add this. I'm gonna call this one as actually project 2. Okay, I'm gonna go and add that here. Say we are having this project 2. Okay, and let's drag this down here. Okay, let's drag that down here. Okay, okay. Before we begin, let me know if you have any questions here.
Shall we delete our existing auto scaling group and instances?
All right. Yes, we need to go and delete the previous group which we have created, right? Once we have tested that, we can actually go and delete that one. So I will also go and delete that along with you. Okay, so I'm gonna go here to the auto scaling groups, and I'm gonna go and select the scaling group which we have created, and I'm gonna go and delete that one. Okay, select it and delete, and confirming delete. Okay, we don't need that. All right. Okay. That is fine, Nitish. If you don't have your name added in the sheet, you can actually go and add that. Okay, you can actually go and add that. Okay. Okay. Any questions, anyone? So once we delete this one, we will see all the servers are gonna go down automatically. Okay, we'll have these servers gonna go down automatically. Uh, I'm going to give you 20 minutes to complete this exercise. Okay, okay, all the servers are actually shutting down and going in the terminate state. So let me bring in a clock and I'm gonna give 20 minutes to you to complete this exercise. And also I will pull the instructions here. Okay, try to do it yourself, not to refer the notes. Okay, and see how far you will be able to go. And here's the time which starts. Okay, and if you have any questions, just type it over there. I'll try to answer. Okay. All right. Okay, folks. Let's try completing how much we can do. Okay. All right. So just checking in. Are you okay? Is that fine? Anyone having any question? Anyone having any doubt? Anyone want to use the microphone? Okay. Thank you, Sri. So, and Sri, I think you are very active. So thank you for being so active here in the class. Okay. And in the meantime, let me check with Kajal. So Kajal, did you manage to install that package, or you want to do that later? You're just doing this project. Okay, looks like everyone is super busy. Okay, no questions at all from anyone. That is very nice. Okay, very focused team. All right. All right, folks. So time is up here. Okay, time is up here. And Shubham, yes, the question you asked is the all the main desire is to. Yes, that is correct because we want to have a two fixed number of servers running all the time. Okay, so that is correct. Anyone done with the project? Anyone anyone completed it? Okay, you are done, Shubham. That is very, very nice. Okay, that is great. Anyone else? Let me go and check it out the sheet as well. Okay, okay. All right. So, do you want to complete it now? I think let's take a quick 10 minutes break here, and you can actually continue doing this project later as well. Okay. We actually need to move on here. We are gonna go and go to the next topic. So we can go and take a quick 10 minutes break. And if you're able to complete that, that's fine. Otherwise, we are gonna go and start with the next topic here. Is that okay with everyone? Are you are you okay with that? Okay. Let's do a quick 10 minutes break here. Okay. So if you think there's a lot of work pending for you, don't do that. Enjoy the break, right? Because you need a rest as well. So let's take a quick rest, and then we can resume to the next topic. Okay, grab a tea or coffee, and then we'll move on. All right, everyone. So time up and I'm back here. Please let me know if you're also back. Okay. Okay, please let me know if you're also back here. Okay. And Nitish, did you manage to get your account? Yeah. Do you have your account? Okay, very nice, very nice. I think you'll be able to go and join in the next exercise as we're going to be going and moving on to the next service. So you'll be able to start it from the scratch. Okay, actually you have missed some of the very basic fundamental stuff, so that's a lot to start with. Okay, okay, all right. Oh, looks like we have many people completed the project. That is very, very nice. So Mira is done. I think Rahul is also done. Shri and Shubham are done. Very, very nice. So good job, everyone. I think it's not a small thing. It's really, really a big thing which we have done because we have integrated a lot many different services as well, right? So that makes really, really you should be really, really proud of it. Okay, so because it need to have a good understanding of all these topics before you actually create and join them and create a solution together. Okay. Awesome, very nice. So that is what we have been talking about. So we are gonna go and talk about uh, one last policy here, and that is called schedule policy, right? What happens in the case of a schedule policy is we can actually go and create some kind of a schedule in advance. Okay, whenever we anticipate that yes, this is the duration I'm gonna be going and having more number of users gonna be using the services, I can actually go and create my environment or make my environment ready for it. So auto scaling is a reactive. Actually a reactive process, right? We are we are trying to react. Okay, we are trying to react to a situation when the usage goes high. We we try to go and react to it, and we try to go and add more service during that time. But the schedule policy is actually a proactive one. Okay, schedule policy is a proactive policy, and we can actually make and create our environment ready in advance. Okay, we're going to be going and making and keeping the environment ready in advance. We are not going to be reacting it, but we are going to be making sure that things are ready in advance. So how we go and create the schedule policy. Okay, so if I go and check it out, the auto scaling groups, I think we do not have any of the auto scaling group right now because the one which I had, I deleted that one. Okay, if I go and check it out, the auto scaling groups, I don't have one. If I'm going to be trying to create one, I'm just going to create a real quick. I just want to show you where that option exists, right? You need not to do that one, or if you already have a any of the group existing, you can check this out quickly, but need not to do that again if you have deleted it. Okay, so I'm gonna say it is gonna be my group, and let me go and select anything whichever is available here for me. I'm okay with it. I'm not gonna be really doing anything at all. All this is fine. Okay, uh, all this is good. Next. No load balancers, no nothing stuff here. That's fine. All this is also fine. Uh, I don't want any kind of notifications. I don't need tags at all. And now we are finally here to create this auto scaling group. Okay. Once you have this auto scaling group running, when you select this group, we have something called automatic scaling, right? This is where we actually went and created a scaling policy. This is a location where we actually created the scaling policy. But if you scroll it down, you do have something called schedule actions. So this actually allow us to create a schedule actions. So what do we do? Uh, what do we do? Okay. What do we do in this case is we actually go and click on say create the schedule action. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna go and call what kind of schedule I want to create. Okay, let's say your company is actually going to hold a conference. Okay, you're gonna be going and celebrating a conference week. And what's gonna happen in that conference week is you're gonna be going and inviting uh, many employees from the different locations, many participants from the different location, and they are gonna be joining you in your headquarters. Okay, when we are going to be anticipating, when we are expecting that there are going to be a lot many number of users going to be going and consuming the services, we can actually keep our environment ready in advance. We can go and create the environment in advance. So how we can do, I can actually go and say it is going to be a conference week for me. Okay, and I want to have 20 more servers running during the conference week because we do have a lot many users attending the conference, and I want to make my environment ready for the conference duration. And I actually want to create these 20 servers every day. I want to create them in the morning, and I'm gonna go and remove them once we are done with the conference. Okay, so evening we are gonna go and remove them. I'll say the recurrence is gonna be every day. Okay, the recurrence is gonna be I'm gonna choose every day here. Okay, I'm gonna go and use that every day. So start time is I actually want to start that from next week from 15th of March, and I want the servers to be created 8 in the morning. Okay, we'll have the servers created 8 in the morning, and then I'm gonna say I want to set an end time as well. I want those servers to be terminated 6 in the evening. Okay, 6 in the evening. So means every day 8 in the morning there are 20 servers added, and 6 in the evening we are going to be going and removing those servers, and this kind of a schedule is going to happen for throughout the week from Monday to Friday. Okay, this kind of pattern, this kind of schedule is going to work all the week. Okay, during the entire week. So I can actually create this schedule, and the schedule is going to make effect here. Okay, and it is actually going to go and work along with the policy you have created. Okay, so the policy which we have, that's going to go and continue to work. You may have another policy created on the base of the CPU. That is fine, absolutely okay, and you can have this policy along with it. Okay, so both are going to work hand in hand. All right, I'm not going to create this one because we have to wait for a longer period of time to, see the servers in action. So I'm just going to cancel this one. I just want to show you that this where this option exists, where you can go and create or schedule a number of servers over there. So is this okay? Anyone having any question here for the schedule policy? Does this make sense for you? All right. I do not see any questions here. All right, very, very nice. So what we are going to do next is we are actually going to be going and talking about the costing about the EC2 servers, right? We have talked about that we can actually go and use these servers on demand. I don't need this group. Let that group go away. Okay, let's delete this one. I'm gonna go and take you to the EC2 dashboard. Okay, and here we know that what EC2 service is. EC2 service actually help you create and manage multiple virtual machines in the cloud, right? They actually help us create and manage multiple machines in the cloud. Okay, so uh, if I'm going to be going and clicking on the pricing part, it's going to go and show me that what kind of a different pricing are going to be applicable. The very first type of pricing we do have is called on demand. Okay, we have something called on demand. Now, what do we mean by on demand? So on demand is a very flexible pricing model. Okay, On demand is the one of the most flexible pricing model. What happens in the case of the on demand is we can go and request for the servers at any point of time we need, and there is no commitment from our side. I may use server just for 10 minutes and I can return that back to the Amazon. And as soon as I'm going to be going and returning the server, I do not have to pay any kind of charges. Okay. So I start by launching a server on demand, and the time I start the server, I start paying for it. And the moment I say, okay, I'm done, okay, I don't need that server anymore, so I don't have to pay for that, and there's no commitment. It's fully flexible. I can use a server for 10 minutes. I can use a server for 1 day, for 10 days, for 1 month, or for a longer period of time as well. Okay, no conditions apply. No conditions apply. This is the most flexible and this is the most expensive as well. Okay, you actually have to pay full price for this server. Okay, so this server is not on sale. You will have to pay a full price here. Okay, so it's pretty much similar to you go to shop and the shop is does not have any sale, and they are selling all the products as a fresh products, and you have to pay full price on those products. Okay, whatever is the listed price, you need to pay the full price on those. So those are on demand. Then we have something called reserve instances. Okay, then we have something called reserve instances, and with the help of reserve instances, I can block a server for 1 year, or I can block a server for 3 years. Okay, it gives just two choices. It just provide two choices. I can reserve a server for 1 year, or I can reserve a server for 3 years. Now, if I'm going to be showing a long-term commitment to Amazon, if I'm going to be going to Amazon and saying, hey, I need a server and I'm going to be going and using that server for 1 year, Amazon is actually going to be going and giving me a discount. They say, yep, that is very nice because you're going to be going and using our resources for a longer duration. We are very happy to offer you discounts. Okay, it's going to say, okay, because you want to use this for a longer period of time, so we are happy to offer you discounts. Okay, we are we are happy to offer you discounts. Now, the condition is, let's say I have taken a server for 1 year, but after 6 months, okay, after 6 months, I realize that I do not need that server anymore. Okay, I realize that I don't need that server anymore. And if I try to return that server to Amazon, Amazon is not gonna give me any kind of a refund. Okay, there's gonna be no refund if you return the server before time. So if you have taken a server for 1 year, so you have a contract for 1 year, means you have to use and pay the server for 1 year. You are you are in a contract with the organization. You are in the contract with the Amazon, and you cannot break the contract, right? So advantage, you get the discount. Disadvantage, you are logged. Okay, you are logged either for 1 year or for 3 year, and you cannot break the contract. You have to pay the money for that time. Okay, but you save the money. And you will find there are going to be many cases in your organization where you want to use a server for a longer period of time. Okay, you can actually go and create your website, because company's website is going to be running all the time. So you want to use that server which is going to be for 1 year or maybe 3 years. Okay, so there can be many use cases in which you have to use these servers for multiple years. If you think you will be able to use the server for multiple years, go for reserve one. Okay, go for reserve one. But in case if you are not sure, okay, if you are not sure that if you're going to be going and using the server for that duration, do not go for reserve instances because you get logged, because you have a commitment for that server. Okay. All right. So let me talk about one more type of plan here, and that is called spot instances. Now, spot instances is very interesting. Okay, spot instances are very interesting. What happens in the case of a spot instances is, uh, you remember we talk about that Amazon is having multiple regions, multiple availability zones, multiple data centers, and Amazon has actually installed huge capacity in those data centers, right? So Amazon is actually having 1,000 and thousands of servers running in their data centers. When Amazon is having such a huge capacity installed, all the capacity is not sold out every day. It's not that, Amazon has 10 servers and all 10s are sold. They don't have anything free. Amazon always have some free capacity available with them. That is why people will be able to go and use that on demand, right? That is why people are going to be going and making a on demand request, because they are going to be requesting it from the pool of servers, right? They are going to be going and requesting from the extra servers which are available with the Amazon. So when Amazon is not able to sell all their servers, Amazon actually puts those unsold servers on sale. Okay, Amazon puts those unsold server on sale, and Amazon actually gives you huge discount on it. Okay, the sale is really literally a big sale here. You get a saving of 90%. Okay, you get a discount of a 90%. But the problem with the spot servers is that they are not guaranteed servers. Okay, the spot servers are not guaranteed servers. So let's say Amazon is having these 5 servers. Okay, we have we have these 5 servers which are there with Amazon, and Amazon is allowing all the people to buy these servers under the different purchase plans. So you went ahead and you bought a server on demand. So there's no difference in the models in the servers. The servers are gonna stay the same. Um, I bought 2 servers as on demand. We said we want to use these servers on demand. Okay, maybe I'm gonna go use them for a few hours. I'm gonna go and use them for a few days and gonna return those. And then Amazon is actually able to sell one server as a reserve one. Okay, this server is actually sold as a reserve. And then Amazon is having a free capacity, that is these 2 servers, which nobody has purchased. So it is free with Amazon. Nobody's using it. Amazon does not want to waste this capacity. Amazon wants someone to use them and use them at a huge discount. Okay, Amazon is going to be selling this and selling it as a huge discount. You can go and say, okay, yep, I can use one of the server, or I can use both these servers as a spot. Okay, I say I'm going to pay and I'm going to go and use these servers as spot, and you start using these servers as spot. Now in this way, all servers are sold out, and Amazon is happy that they don't have any of the servers which are sitting idle. Okay, they are not wasting any capacity. There is nothing unused here now. Now Amazon does not have any capacity available to them, right? And if some customer comes in, okay, let's say some customer comes in and the customer says, hey, can I can I have one server on demand? Okay, I'm gonna go and say, hey, can you give me one server on demand? But everything is sold out now. Okay, everything is sold, nothing is available. What Amazon is gonna do? Amazon is gonna pull this server away from you, the spot server which you have reserved. Amazon is gonna take this server back from you. So these servers are not guaranteed servers, so Amazon can take these servers back from you anytime, and they will give you 2 minute notice. Okay, they will give you 2 minutes notice. They say you have 2 minutes, and we are going to be shutting down your server, and server is going to go away. And whatever the time you have used the server, Amazon is only going to be going and charging for that. After that, the server is not going to be available to you. So which means Amazon is actually going to be going and selling this server, is going to be taking this server back, and it's going to say now this server is actually on demand server. It's not a spot server anymore, because Amazon will be getting more money selling this server in different category. Does this make sense? Okay, does this make sense? So which means spot servers are not good servers when you have a mission critical work. Okay, if you're going to be going and running something in the production, if you think something important you want to run, you don't want to run them on the spot servers, right? Because Amazon may take these servers back at any point of time. They give you very short notice. Okay. So Shri is saying that no one would buy these spot servers. Actually, spot servers are very much in demand. Okay, spot server stays very much in demand because you can use these spot servers in an intelligent way. Okay, how I'm gonna use these spot servers? Let me let me share that scenario with you. Okay, I'm gonna share the scenario with you. Okay, so let me bring in my drawing sheet and I'm gonna go and draw something for you. Okay, so let's say I'm actually gonna be trying to set up one of the application. Okay, and I'm actually gonna be going and trying to set that up in a cluster way. In that cluster mode, I'm actually gonna be going and trying to create a master server. I say this is my master server, and this master server is gonna be okay. This master server is gonna be going and running all the time. All right, just give me a minute, please. All right. So I'm gonna go and create one of the master server here. Okay, I'm gonna say this is my master server. And as this is my master server, I want my master server to be available all the time. So I'm gonna go and say I want my master server to be a reserve instance. Reserve instance means I have actually paid for this server for 1 year. So this server is mine. No one is gonna be going and taking this server away from me. Okay, and I'm gonna be getting a discount as well. And then I am gonna be going and trying to create some client machines. And for the client machine, okay, so I'm gonna be going and trying to create some client machine, and I'm gonna be going and trying to create a couple of machines which are again gonna be part of the reserve instance. Okay, these two machines are gonna be part of the reserve instance. And then I want to add some more clients here, and these clients are gonna be spot. Okay, so I'm gonna go and add more client machines, and these machines are gonna be spot machines. Okay, they are gonna be spot machines. They are running the same software, but they are gonna be kind of spot machines. So what's gonna happen in this case is I'm actually gonna go and keeping the master and couple of clients running all the time in the reserve mode. Okay, I'm actually gonna go and keep this configuration running up and running all the time. In case Amazon is gonna take these machines away, I'm okay. I'm not impacted because I do have an alternate servers which are always running. Okay, I do have on different servers which are always running. All right. Uh, Now I can actually go and scale my environment as well. If there is a demand, if there are more number of users, if I want to do auto scaling, if I want to add more servers, I'm gonna go and add more client spot servers here. They are they are cheap, right? They are easy to use. And in case if I'm gonna lose few clients, spot servers, okay, if I'm gonna, let's say I lost this one, I lost this one, I lost this one, I really don't bother. I really don't care. I have lot many other servers to take care of the stuff. In case if I'm gonna be losing few of the server, I really don't care about them. Let them go away. Okay, let them go away, and I'm fine. Is that okay? Does this make sense? Where you can actually go and make use of these spot servers. So as an admin, it might be a case that someone comes to you and say, "Hey, I would like to use a server for my testing purpose." Okay, my testing is not super critical, but I want to do that in a most economical way. So I will recommend that. Okay, why don't you use a spot server to do your testing? Okay, if you want to try out something, if you want to do some testing, go and use the spot servers. They are economical and they are very good for the non-critical data. Okay, can be used for the non-critical data. Okay, is that okay? Do you see where you're gonna be able to use it? Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. Uh, so Amazon has a savings plans as well. Okay, Amazon is having a savings plans as well. What's gonna happen in this savings plans is if you're gonna be going and using some of the servers for a longer period of duration. Okay, let's say I'm actually running one of the server and actually I'm running that server for all 1 year. Amazon is automatically going to be going and shifting me into the saving plans and going to be giving me some discount because I'm running the server for a longer period of duration. So let's say initially when I started the server, I was not sure that how long I need to run that. Okay, but later on, what happened? I I actually continue to use that for duration for which is longer one. Okay, I continue to use that one. So Amazon want to ensure that if you are actually using a server for a longer duration, you don't end up paying a huge amount. Okay, and you should not be feeling that you are missing out on the discounts because you are not sure earlier, but actually you end up using it for a longer period of time. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. Is that is it fine? Anyone having any questions here? Then I'm going to go and talk about the one more type of server we can purchase. The other server we have is called dedicated host. Okay. The other server I do have is called dedicated host. So dedicated host means, uh, you know how virtualization works? How do we work in the virtual world? We actually have lot many physical servers from Amazon, right? We do have lot many physical servers from Amazon. Let's say this is one of the server. Okay, this is one of the server, and we have one more server from Amazon. And whenever you try to create any of the Windows or Linux machine, whenever you go and try to create any of the server in the cloud, okay, Amazon has to allocate some CPU and some RAM for you. Okay, they have to actually allocate some CPU and RAM to you. And these physical boxes are having a lot of CPU and a lot of RAM, right? They do have CPU, they do have memory. Okay, that is being there. But we need very small amount of CPU and the memory for this server, maybe one CPU, 2 GB of RAM, and blah blah blah, right? We actually going to be going and working with a very small footprint, very small uh, workload. So we can act, whenever I'm requesting that I want to run one server, the the Amazon is going to be going and allocating space for me. I will get allocated this server. Now you are also trying to create your server, right? You're also trying to create server for yourself. And what's going to happen? You also need CPU and memory. So Amazon is also going to go and allocate some space for you as well. Amazon say, okay, you can create your server here, which means we have multiple customers sharing the same machine. Okay, we have multiple customers who are actually going to be using the same machine. And this might not be a very good case for some time. Okay, this might be a good case in some time. All right, I'll be right back. All right, so I'm back. Let's continue. So we were talking about that one physical server is actually being shared with multiple users, right? We do have multiple customers actually using the same physical box. Okay, multiple users gonna be consuming the same physical box. So sometimes this condition is not idle. You may be having some critical servers, okay, and you may be having some important production servers, and you do not want to share the physical server with other customers. You say, I want to have my own dedicated server, okay? Then you can actually book one server for you, and Amazon is gonna say, so okay, this particular server belongs to NSCIT, okay? This particular belongs to the NSCIT and only NSCIT can create the servers over there, no one else. So which means anytime you want to go and create any servers for you, you already have a place reserved for you, and it's going to be having all your servers over there. You can create multiple small servers. Okay, you can say I'm going to go and have two small servers, or you can say no, I actually want to go and consume this big box by creating a one big server. I'm going to eat up all the CPU and memory over here by creating a big server. So it's up to you. How do you want to use it? You might want to create 10 or 20 small servers, or you may create one big server or just a couple of big servers. Is that okay? Is that dedicated fine? All right. Is the dedicated host fine with you? Okay. Quiz time. I'm actually gonna go and ask you some questions now. Let me see how much you have understood. Okay, let's see how much you have understood. I'm gonna talk about some of the scenarios and you need to provide me the answer for those. Okay. Okay, all right. Let me get some scenarios here for you. Okay, okay. All right. All right. So I would need help to identify that first which is going to be the right server for me. So we have a scenario that we need one server in which we need 15 CPUs and 50 GB of RAM. Can you go to EC2 console and can you find me a right model which is going to be good for me, which is going to be helping me get this CPU and the RAM? Can you tell me the model name? All right, no problem, Surabhi. I can repeat the question for you. Okay, so I'm saying that you need to help me find the server where I will get 15 CPUs and 50 GB of RAM. Okay, so how you're gonna find that out is you need to go to the console. Okay, you need to go to the console. Okay, don't have anything here. Okay, and when you create new server, you can go and you can actually go and say I want to create a new server, and that is where we need to select, say, any operating system is fine. I'm okay. But here on the step number 2, do you see we have a lot of different models available here? We have T2 micro, T2 medium, T2 large, and we do have some CPU and we do have some memory associated with it. Okay, do you see these models and this configuration? So you need to find me a model which is gonna give me which is gonna help me with the 15 CPUs and a 50 GB of RAM. Is that okay now? Okay, all right. That is good, Rahul. That is good. Okay. All right. You need to be fast, guys. Okay, you need to be quick. Okay, all right. So I do see some models coming in here. Sanal is sharing, Sri is sharing. Okay, let me wait for others also to participate. I need everyone to participate here. Okay. Okay, yep, that's fine. Sanal, that's okay. All right, okay. I have from Shubham as well. Good. Okay. Thank you, Humira. Okay. All right. That's a good question, Shri. Okay. All right. Okay, very good. So thanks for checking that. Okay. So the the idea is you will not be able to find a right match. Okay. There may not be an exact match you will not be able to find. You need to find which is going to be the closest one. Okay. Where you will not be wasting a lot of resources. And at the same time, it should not be less than what you're looking for. Okay, if I'm looking for 15 CPU, it should not be that you recommend a model which is going to be only having a 12 CPUs or 10 CPUs. It should be as close as possible, and that is correct. There cannot be one specific model there. Okay, there won't be a one specific model which is going to be fulfilling the requirement you have. Okay, that may not be possible. All right, so I do have some of the models shared with me. The first model which was shared was with Sanal, and Sanal says C3 8x large. Good. Let's see what does that mean. So C3 and 8x. Okay, 8x large. Okay. All right. So what this gives me? This actually gives me 3660. Okay, this gives me 3660. So is this close to what I need? Oh, there are a lot of no, I think okay. Okay, I'm gonna be wasting a lot of CPUs here. Memory is fine, but I'm gonna waste a lot of CPUs here. So it's a C4 although, but let me check if I have C3 as well. Okay, C5, C6. Okay, C6. Okay, okay. All right, let me see what is the next recommendation we have. Okay, next recommendation is actually C4 8X, which we are looking at. Okay, it's actually going to be the same which we were trying to check earlier. It's going to be C4 8X. Okay, anyone else? C5N. Okay, so Mera says C5N. Okay, let's see C5N. Uh, okay, yeah, C5N. C5N, which model further to it? Is this 1642 you're referring to? No, that does not fit. I'm having a less memory here. I need 50, and you're recommending 42 here. It's not a good idea. Okay, D3EN. Okay, let's see D3EN. Okay, D3E. Okay, here we are. Okay, so 1664. 1664. Yep, absolutely right. I think this is a very good match here. Okay, I think this is the closest we can go. I'm not gonna be wasting a lot of CPUs, and at the same time, I'm not wasting so much of memory as well. Okay, I think that's a good choice, Rahul. Okay, that's a good choice here. Okay, okay, all right. I hope you get the idea, right? You got the idea that what we are looking at and how you're gonna be finding a right match for you. Okay, so just remember, there cannot be a perfect match you're looking for. You need to find the closest one. Okay, you need to find the closest possible. Okay, all right. Let me give you a second case here. So which model you're going to recommend me in this case? All right. Okay, I do see some of the options are popping in here. Very, very nice. So, okay, all right. I think the model which we were checking earlier, that might also fit the bill here. Okay, so let's check C4 and 8x. Okay, 3660. Yep, I think that's a close one, right? That's a close one. I'm just going to be going and having a six more CPUs, but I think that suffices, right? That works for me. So we do have a C5A 8. Okay, that might also work, right? C5 is the next generation to it, so I agree. So C5 is also a good choice here. Okay, so gonna be next generation to it. Yep, I think great going, guys. Okay, that is a great going. That's a good thing. So you know that how to select a server in case someone asks you to build a server with specific CPU and the RAM. So you're gonna come up with saying, okay, I can only do this. I can only build this one. I can only be able to recommend you this one. Okay, so yep, that's a good thought. Okay, so I'm gonna move next here. Okay. Now, I have a requirement of a server. I need a server for 3 hours, and I need that for the testing purpose. And I'm going to be going and doing a testing from 9 a.m. to 12 noon. Okay, and my testing is not very critical, but only thing is I need to do the testing on during a specific time. Which type of server you're going to be recommending me? Are you going to recommend me on demand? Are you going to recommend me spot? Are you going to recommend me reserve one? Which we're gonna say? Okay, very nice. So I do have few responses coming in here. Okay, okay. All right. Okay. So whenever you say you are needing for the testing purpose, don't just go by don't just get derailed by the keywords. Okay, don't get derailed. Here I am a time sensitive. I have a time sensitivity. I need to have a server between 9 to 12. That's it. I don't want the server anytime. And it might be possible that spot is not available during this time. Okay. The spot may not be available during this time. So spot is not a good idea. And I just need a server for 3 hours. So I don't want to reserve a server for full year, right? Just to use it for 3 hours. So on demand is a good case in this case, right? On demand is a good choice when you have a time sensitivity. Okay, when you're bounded with the time. Okay, all right, that is a good case. So we need a server for SAP application, and we want to use that 24/7 for 1 year. Which server you're gonna recommend me? Okay, all right. So the choice is clear. Okay, awesome. Makes sense. Okay. Yes, it does. It does make sense. Okay, that is great. Okay. All right, very nice. Next case. So I need a server, but I want to use it just 2 hours per day, and I'm gonna go and use that for 2 years. So what do you recommend here? I need a server only for 2 hours per day, and I need that for 2 years long. Okay. Okay, we have very smart participants here. Okay. And your responses are correct. Your responses are right. Come on, everyone. I'm waiting. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. I think uh, I think we can actually do some math here. I'm gonna take you back here onto the reserve pricing. Okay. I'm gonna go and say I want to check the reserve pricing, and I want to do a comparison for a uh, quick model here. Okay. So okay, where I am. Okay. Oh, why it is not showing pricing to me? Okay, I need to see the okay, reserve pricing. See reserve pricing. Why it is not showing the pricing then? Okay, I think it's showing here. Okay, so I'm going to show you that how the costs look like. Okay, so on this page we will be presented that how much on-demand cost is going to be, and how much the reserve instance cost is going to be, and how much we will be saving using those. Okay, how much we will be saving using those. So we do have a lot of different models mentioned here. I want to show you one model which is 10x. Okay, we have another model which is called M4 10x large. And if I'm gonna go and use that on an hourly basis, this is the rate card for it. I need to pay $2 per hour. Okay, I need to I need to pay $2 per hour. Okay, so if I'm gonna be going and trying to use it for 1 year, okay, so 1 year Amazon is actually gonna be going and charging me, if I'm gonna pay all upfront, Amazon is gonna be charging me somewhere around $10,000. Okay, for 1 year it's gonna be charging me some $10,000. So let's go and do some math here. Okay, I'm gonna go and do some math here. So I need a server for 2 hours per day for 2 years, which means if I'm gonna be going and using a reserve instance for 2 years, it's gonna be 10,000 into two. Okay, which is gonna be, oh, sorry, it's gonna be 10,000. It's gonna be $10,000 into two, which is gonna be around $20,000, right? The total cost is gonna be this much. And if I'm gonna be going and trying to use on demand, okay, if I'm gonna be going and trying to use on demand, so for on demand, I need to use it for 2 years. 2 years means 365 days into two, and then I need to use it 2 hours every day. So 2 hours every day. Okay. So uh, okay. And then how much it is going to be costing every hour? It's going to be actually costing me $2 an hour. And how much is the total then? Okay. How much it is going to be? How much I need to pay? Let me try doing some multiplication here. Let me give some job to the calculator. So 365 multiplied by 2, multiplied by 2, and multiplied by 2. Okay. And that is almost $3,000. Okay. That is just $3,000. So if I'm going to be going and using a reserve, I need to pay 20,000. And if I'm going to be going and using on demand is just $3,000 because if I'm going to be going and procuring the reserve instance, I'm actually going to be going and trying to use a server 24 by 7. But I just need your server 2 hours per day, right? I don't need that for that long. Okay, I really don't need that long. So reserve is always not cheap. Okay, just keep that in mind. That reserve is always not cheap. Make sense, guys? Is that okay with you? Is that fine? Whatever I'm sharing with you. Great, very nice. So let's wake you up with one more question here. So I need a server for 24 by 7 and I need that for 14 months. Okay, that is good. What are you gonna do? Okay. All right. Okay, I do see some responses coming in. I'm gonna be expecting answers from everyone. Okay. All right. Okay, so Shri, you are right. Okay, your answer is correct. Okay. So yes, I mean, whenever you think of using server 24 by 7 and when you think of using it for a longer period of duration, right, you always think of reserve instance. And that is the right choice. I mean, you're right. Your thinking is correct over there. But the problem with the reserve instances are available only for 1 year or they are available for 3 years. Okay, 1 year or 3 years, which means you actually need to use a combination of both. For 1 year, you can take a reserve instance, and for rest of the 2 months, you can go for on demand. Okay, so you can go for reserve instances for 1 year for 12 months, and then you can add 2 months as a on demand. Okay, so good job, Sri. Okay, very, very nice. So is this okay, guys? Is the costing is good for you? So there are multiple ways you can go and purchase these servers, right? And you need to actually decide based on what your requirement is. Okay, depending upon what your use case is. Do some math, think over it, think over which model you want, and then how you want to purchase that one. Okay, so give some time on it, deciding that which server is going to be good for you, which server is going to be ideal for you. Are we good with this? Anyone having any questions now? I'm sure you got a good idea here, right? That why I need to go with the which type of a model and which type of a server, right? Okay, okay. So you see, we are still working on the EC2, right? So we actually did the EC2 in a previous course, but in this course, we are actually looking at the EC2 from a different angle, right? We are actually digging deep on the EC2, that how exactly this works. That's the that's the best part on the EC2. Okay, very, very nice. Any other question, anyone, before I go and move further? Okay, before I go and take you to the next topic here. Would like to know if you have any questions here. Okay, great. So uh, you remember we talk about the EBS storage, we talk about the block storage, okay? And block storage is something you can go and add on the fly as well. Okay, you can do that. You do all the kind of work with the block storage, right? We discussed that one. So we are gonna go and talk further on the storage side. Okay, we are gonna go and talk further onto the storage side, and we are gonna discuss about a few different type of storage services here. Okay, Okay, we are actually going to be going and continuing till 6 p.m. So which means we still have, almost 60, 70, 80 minutes to go. Do you do you care for a quick 10 minutes break here? Do you think a quick 10 minutes break is going to be good before we go to next topic here? Okay, I think it's a good idea, right? Okay, perfect. Let's go for a quick 10 minute break and then we'll jump on to the next topic. Okay, then we'll change the gear. All right, so enjoy this short break and gonna talk to you in 10 minutes. All right, everyone. So time up, and I'm back here. Let me know if you are also back, and we can go and resume the session. Okay, are you back? All right. All right. Very, very nice. So good to see you back. So we are going to be going and talking about the storage. Okay, we are going to go and talk about the storage, and I'm going to share that how exactly the storage works. Okay, how exactly the storage services works. So let's say we have these physical servers, and these physical servers are gonna be providing some CPU and some memory to us, right? We're gonna say some CPU, some memory, and some input output devices, and some disk storage as well. Okay, some local disk as well. So this is something we are gonna be going and expecting that's gonna be available from it's gonna be available from the physical box. And Amazon is having a lot many physical boxes, right? Amazon is having a lot many physical boxes. And you're gonna go and request that I want to create a machine, and on that machine I'm gonna be having a two CPUs and a 4 gig of RAM. Okay, I need two CPUs and I need a 4 gig of RAM. Okay, that is something we are gonna be going and gonna be requesting, gonna be trying to create. Amazon is gonna be going and checking their internal repository, and Amazon is gonna be going and verifying that where do they have this capacity available, where do they have this space available. Okay, so if the space is available on the server one, Amazon is actually going to be going and allocating you allocating the resources on this server. Okay, they're going to be allocating the space on that server. And how your disk is getting mapped where the operating system is installed. So the disk where the operating system is installed, it is actually coming from something known as SAN storage. Okay, SAN storage is a common storage kind of thing, and it is actually available on the network. So when you say I want a 30 GB device for installing the Windows, so 30 GB space is allocated to you. Okay, 30 GB space is allocated to you, and you are going to use that on Fabric. Okay, on storage Fabric. So this is gonna be made available to you. So you are actually using this 30 GB storage, which is coming from a SAN storage. It is not a kind of a local storage which is available to you here. It is actually coming from the SAN storage. Okay, when you shut down your server, I'm not saying terminate it. When you shut down your server, what's gonna happen? You are actually gonna be releasing the resources here. Okay, you're actually gonna be going and saying, I do not want to use the resources here. So you say, I leave the CPU and the memory behind. Okay, I leave the CPUs and the memory behind. You already have your storage available on the SAN. That means you do not have any relationship with the server one where you were working earlier. Maybe next day you again boot up your server. Next day you again start your server. Okay. So next day when you're going to be starting your server again, it might be possible that Amazon is going to be going and allocating a space for you on a different physical box. Okay. Amazon may be allocating you to the, okay, go and use server two. And you have no problem, because you just need CPU and memory, right? What do you need? You are just looking for CPU and memory. And you can start consuming the CPU and memory from that particular system. And you have your operating system, your application, your database, and everything actually installed here. And this disk will get mapped to you on this particular physical box. So does this make sense that how exactly things are working? Okay, how things are working. All right. Okay. Now these these actually physical server also have some local disk. Okay, the physical server which we are talking, they also have some physical disk with them. Okay, there are physical devices with them, and there are multiple physical devices with them. Okay, the second server is also going to have the multiple disk devices with them as well. And you can actually go and request for this local device as well. You can say, I want to use this local device, and the local device is going to be allocated to you. But the problem with the local device is that you cannot take the local device with you. If you're going to be vacating this server, you are going to leave this disk behind on this server itself. It is not like a SAN storage which you're going to be in the common place and you can go and use that next time. Which means on this instance storage, okay, these are the instance storage because they are the storage available on the instance. On this instance store volumes, they are also known as ephemeral storage. Okay, they are also known as ephemeral storage, or they are also known as instance store volume. They are very good for the temporary storage because they are local, they are fast, and they do not have they do not persist the data. The data is not persistent. If you stop your server, if you vacate the physical box, all data which you have stored on this disk is gonna go away, because the next time if you're gonna start your server here, you cannot say I want my disk back which was there. Okay, you cannot go and say, hey, I want that disk back here, but you are working on this system now. You can actually request for disks which are available here, and they are going to be again blank disk for you. And you can use the local disk, you can use the instance storage only the time you are on that server. Once you vacate, you will not be able to get the data on it. So you should only store data which is not important, which is temporary, which is caching data, which is crash data, which is swap data. Okay, you should not use these type of volumes for permanent data you need. Okay, only data which is going to help you speed this up. Now you must be thinking that how you are going to use it, how you're going to go and attach that with the server. So let me go and try to show that to you. Okay, let me try and show that to you, that how you're going to be going and using this. I'm going to take you back to the console. So let's go back. Okay, not this one. Need to check the other window. Okay, even not this. Okay, I think this is the one. So if I'm here and if I'm going to be trying to create a new server, okay, let's go and try creating new server here. So I'm going to say I want to launch an instance. You can use any of the operating system because we don't have to create that server, right? I'm just going to be showing you some options here. You actually don't have to go and deploy this. So I'm going to go and select the Linux machine here. Okay. All right. And all the options are here on this particular step, the step number 2. Okay. We have all the options here on this step number 2. All right. I'll be I'll be right back. All right. So here on the step number two, we have to actually go and select the model we want to use. Okay, we want to use the model. And you will find we have one column here. Okay, we have a one column here which says instance store. Do you have an instance storage here? And the answer is no. We only have EBS. Okay, this column asks the question that do you have the instance storage? Means do you have the storage available on the instance, which is going to be the local storage? And the answer says no. We have only the EBS storage. But it's not the case with all the different models here. If I'm gonna go and scroll this down, you will see we are gonna be looking at some of the models which will give you instance storage. So do you see these models? All these models are gonna provide you some local storage, some instance storage here. If I'm gonna go and use this model, it is actually gonna give me this local storage, one disk of 75 gig. You can get a one disk of 300 gig or maybe two disk of 300 gig, two disk of 600 gig, depending upon how big model you are using, right? The higher the configuration, the bigger the disk you will get, the multiple disk you will get. Let's choose this one. I'm gonna go and select this model here, which is gonna be giving me two disk of 300 gig. Okay, let me select that. Let's choose that. Okay. So are you able to locate this? Is that is that available to you? Are you good with this? All right, need a response from everyone that how you're doing. Are you able to select this option? Are you on this page? All right, so that is good. Okay, that is good. So as soon as I'm gonna be selecting it, okay, as soon as I'm gonna be selecting it, and then gonna be moving on to the next step, I will use all the default. No changes required here. Okay, we don't have to make any kind of changes here. All is good here. Okay, but I'm gonna go and take you to the next step is storage. So do you see some difference here? Do you notice some change here? All right, that is correct. We have some extra storage devices here. And those storage devices are actually mentioned as those are the instance storage. Okay, those are instance store volumes. All right, and these volumes can only be configured at the time of creating these servers. And these should be used as a temporary. Okay, so we need to use them as a temporary storage devices, and these can only be connected at the time of creating the server. Okay, and and they are available only for specific models. It's not available for all the models. It's going to be available to you for the some high-end models, and not the basic ones. Okay, so does it make sense, guys? So what is the use of these storages? The use of storage is for the temporary purpose, right? Only for the caching purpose, only for having some scratch data, okay? Only for the files which you don't need anymore. Okay, you only need when the server is running. All temporary stuff can be used here, and you will be able to go and read and write on these devices at a much higher speed because they are locally connected, they are directly connected. You are not using it over the network, you are not using it from the outside. Okay, whereas the EBS EBS is actually coming from the centralized storage, and EBS is actually coming from outside the box, right? And it's gonna be slow. To improve the performance, to give the temporary space, you should go and use the instance storage volume. Are we good? Does make sense, guys? Are you with me? All right. Now, one thing about the cost. Okay, I want to talk about one thing on the cost of the storage. The cost of these local disks is actually already added in the model. When you're going to be going and trying to procure a specific model, the cost for these servers are already factored in. It's already a part of the model, which means for these local disk, you do not have to pay anything extra. They comes bundled with that. All right, and now I'm actually going to be going and trying to take you to the next type of storage. And the next type of storage which we are going to be going and talking about is EFS. Now, what is EFS? EFS is actually an elastic file system. Okay, it's a elastic file system, and it is a shared file system, which means you'll be able to go and connect this file system with multiple servers. Okay, you will be able to go and use this with multiple servers. So this particular file system is based on something known as NFS, network file system. Okay, it's based on NFS. And we can go and provision this, and we can go and create and use this with multiple systems at the same time. Okay, so let's try to use this. Okay, let's try to use this. I'm going to be taking you back here to the AWS console, and I'm going to be going and taking you to the storage section. So here we are on the storage section, and we have an option here called EFS. Okay, so we have an option here called EFS, and I'm going to go and select this one. So please make a selection. Let's go and select it. Okay, let's make a selection here. All right, so here I am. So it says it's actually a NFS based file system, right? It's actually an NFS based file system. That is very, very nice. And it is actually very, very easy to set up because it is a fully managed file system from Amazon. Means I really don't have to do anything at all. There is no management required from my side. One thing I need to take care of here is because this is NFS based, so I need to make sure the firewall which I'm going to be going and using, it allows the NFS service over there. So let's go and modify the firewall which we have. So I'm gonna take you back to the management console and gonna be using the EC2 service and then taking you to the EC2 dashboard. Here I'm gonna be going and choosing the security group which we have created earlier. Okay, I'm gonna be going and choosing the security group here which we have created earlier. And I'm using the NSE IT firewall so far, right? That is something I'm using. And if I go and check it out, the inbound rules, I have HTTP, I have SSH, and I have RDP. Okay, these are already added. I do not have NFS. To make use of NFS, I'm actually going to be going and adding the NFS there. Okay, I'm going to go and add the NFS here. So I'm going to go and click on the inbound rules. Okay, I'm going to go and click on here the inbound rules. And then I'm going to go and add a rule here. And this is where I'm going to choose that I would like to add a EFS here. Okay, this is where I'm gonna be choosing here. So I'm gonna say I'm gonna say add this, and then I'm gonna be selecting and choosing where the NFS is. Okay, I'm gonna be choosing the NFS here. All right. As soon as I'm gonna be going and selecting the NFS, I'm gonna say I will allow all IPs. Okay. All right. Once you select, we need to save it. All right. So my firewall is ready. Okay, my firewall is ready. I'm gonna be making use of this now. Okay, so let's go and now we will go and create a EFS file system. Okay, so we have done the prerequisite. We have chosen the firewall which we need to use, and we are all set to create the EFS file system. So I'm gonna go and click on say create file system, and I need to choose the file system name. I can call this one as my EFS. Okay, I'm gonna go and call this one as my EFS. All right. I'm actually creating this for testing purpose, so I'll choose one zone here. Okay, I'm just gonna choose one zone here, which means it is only gonna be available in a one specific availability zone. Okay, but I'm actually gonna be going and trying to use a customize option here because by default, it is actually gonna go and use a wrong or incorrect or a default firewall. I want to use my own firewall, right? In which we have the NFS port available. So I'm gonna go and click on customize. One more thing here, if I'm going to be going and selecting one zone, that means it is only going to be available in a single zone here. Okay, means it's only going to be available here. Let me click on customize. Okay, let me go and click on customize here. As soon as you come here on the customize screen, it is actually going to be giving you an option that do you want to take an automatic backup of these files? Because this is a fully managed file system. So Amazon offers you to take care of the backup part here. Okay, Amazon is actually going to be going and taking care of the backups for you. So that is very, very nice. Okay, that is actually a great thing. All right. So I don't need automatic backups here. Okay, I do not require these automatic backups because I'm just using for the testing purpose. So I'm okay not to use these backups. I also do not need very high performance from it because it is just for the testing, and I'm just going to be using the normal performance here. We can use the encryption if you want. Even I don't need the encryption here as well. Okay, but I want to go and configure certain things on the next step. Okay, I need to go and configure certain stuff here. All right. All right. So I'm gonna be going and moving on to the next step here, and that is where we are going to see that my file system is only going to available in a one single availability zone. So if I'm going to be going and creating these servers in availability zone A, then I will be able to use it. Okay, it is not available in other zones. Okay, otherwise if I'm going to use a regional option, it is actually going to be made available to me in all these 6 availability zones we have. Now what we want to change here is, okay, what we want to change here is right now it is using a default security group, and that is something I'm not happy about. Okay, that is something I don't want to use. I want to change that one. So I'm gonna remove this one. I'm gonna change this one. I'm gonna delete it. And then I'm gonna try to select my own firewall from the drop down. So I will come here and then I'm gonna select the firewall which we have created, and we have added the NFS port in that as well. So I'm gonna choose that I want to use the NSCIT firewall here. Okay. All right. So let me go and select, say I want to use the NSCIT firewall, and you will see the NSCIT firewall is going to be shown here, and I'm not using the default one. Okay, I'm not using the default one. So is this okay? Is this something which makes sense to you? Is that fine? Are you able to choose this option? Okay. All right. Very, very nice. Okay. Very, very nice. Okay. So I'm gonna move on to the next, and after that, we really don't have to do anything. We simply go and select next, next, and done, right? We don't have to select anything at all. So this looks perfectly okay to me. Okay, this looks perfectly fine to me. All right, let's go and say next, and let's go and say create. Okay, let's choose create. Okay, so once you choose that, it's gonna go and try to create this file system real quick. Okay, it's gonna be able to create that real quick. Okay, and it is showing me that the file system is available right now. Okay, so it is showing that the file system is actually available to me right now. All right. Okay. So once this is available, now we actually need to go and connect with it. And we are saying that this EFS is actually NFS based file system, which means we are going to be able to connect that with the Linux systems. For Windows, we actually need to have some additional uh, component, some additional agent there. Okay. So I'm going to be going and trying to create some servers here for me. Okay. I'm actually going to be going and trying to jump over to the instances, and I'm going to be checking that what all servers I do have running here. And it's going to be showing that I do not have any of these servers running here. I'll say I'll go ahead and create new server, and then I'm going to choose, say, I will be using the Amazon Linux. That is perfectly fine. I'm gonna be choosing that I would like to go and use this one, which is perfectly fine. Okay. All right. After selecting this, I'm okay using the T2 micro. T2 micro is part of the free tier, and that is something we have been using so far. I'll continue to use that. Okay, now here, I also need to be cautious here. I need to make a selection for the availability zone. So, which zone should I choose here? Okay, what do you think? Which zone I need to use? Okay, yep, that is correct. We have to go and select zone A because we have created that file system in zone A, right? We have created that in zone A. So I'm going to be selecting zone A. At the same time, I'm going to go and make one more change here. I actually want to create two servers in a one go. I would like to go and I would like to go and create these two servers in one go. All right. All right. So I'm gonna go and call this that I need two servers to create because I want to share the same file system between two servers, and I also want to show you that how the shared file system looks like. Okay, we're gonna go and also check that out, that how the shared file system look like. Okay, all right. Now, after making sure that I am in a zone A, and also gonna be making sure that I am selecting two servers here. I'm all set to um I'm all set to create these two servers. Okay, I'm all set to create these two servers. Okay, that is very, very nice. Rest all the options are gonna go and stay the same. No changes at all. Storage, the default storage of 8 gig is gonna good. Tag, I'm gonna add a tag. And whatever the tag you're gonna be going and assigning it here, you will see the same tag is gonna be available on both these server. So we're gonna say Linux server 1. Uh, the Linux server 1 is gonna be attached with both of them. Okay, we'll see it is gonna be added to both of them. Although we will be able to go and change that later. Okay, we can definitely go and change that later. But right now, I'm uh, I'm actually gonna go and keep the same one here. We don't have an option that if I'm creating a multiple server, so it's gonna be adding a multiple tags as well. Security group. Okay, I'm actually going to be going and using the security group which has the SSH and which has the NFS as well. Okay, I'm making sure that I'll be able to connect to the Linux machine, and I'm going to be able to connect to the NFS service as well. Okay, that is why I'm going to be using this firewall rules here. Okay, so This looks good. All right. Okay. So I'm gonna go and click on next here, and then finally gonna go and launch using the same key pair here. Okay, I'm gonna be creating this one, and I'm gonna use the same key pair here. This is important because we need to actually log into the server. So make sure you you have this key pair. Okay, so please ensure that we have this key pair. Okay. So I'm going to go and click on say, yes, I have the key, and I'm going to be launching this server. And you will find we will have a two servers start showing up here, and they are going to be part of the same zone, and they even have the same name tag. Okay. Even the name tag is also going to be the same. We can go and edit the name tag real quick. If you just hover your mouse over here, you will have a edit icon coming here. Okay. There's going to be an edit icon shown here. You can go and click on that. Okay, you can go and click on that, and I can say that the name of the second server is going to be server 2, and that's it. So we have server 1, server 2, so just for the differentiation purpose, that's it. And now I'm actually going to be going and trying to connect to this box with the help of the MobaX term. So I'm going to use the SSH client, and then I'm going to go and connect to this. I'm going to go and connect to this server. So I'm going to select one of the server. Any server is fine because we have to connect to both. So I have selected server 2. I'm picking up the IP address here, and then I'm going to be going and making use of the MobaX term. Let me bring in MobaX term here. Okay, let me get the MobaX term. So, okay, MobaX term is opening up here, and this is how the MobaX term look like. Okay, this is the MobaX term look like. I'm gonna go and say I want to establish a new session, and I'm gonna click on say it's gonna be an SSH session. I will add the IP address of the remote host, SSH settings, and I will give the key. And I'm gonna go and provide the key which we have used earlier, and then I will try to log into the box. It's going to ask me what your username is, and we know what is our username. Do you remember what username we have to use? Let me know if you are able to recollect that. No, it's not. It's not root, Sanal. Okay, we have to actually use EC2-user. Okay, it's EC2 user. And once you enter the username, let's go and hit enter. Okay, I'm connected with one of the server. Okay, it is connected. I'm going to elevate my privileges if required, but we can actually work with the EC2 user as well. Okay, we need not to go to root. We can work with EC2. Okay, I'm gonna be doing the same for the second server as well. I'll go and pick up the IP for my second server, and I'm gonna go and try to connect to the server as well. You can actually have multiple sessions connected here. I can go and click on say I want to establish a one more session, and I need to go through the same steps again, saying I want to use an SSH. I'm gonna give the IP, and then I'm gonna go and provide the key. It's again gonna ask me the username, and my username is the same, and I need not to provide any key as a I'm gonna be using the key. I need not to provide any password. Okay, I need not to give any kind of a password here because key is my password. I am connected to both the servers, and I'm gonna run a command called clear. Once I run the command clear, it's gonna just clear the screen and gonna be providing me a command prompt on the top. Okay, so are you connected to both the machines? Please let me know if you are connected to both these servers. All right. Okay. So Humaira, Shri, and Shraddha, you are ready and waiting for others to confirm. Okay, thank you, Shubham. All right. Okay. So, okay, I think most of you are connected. That is very, very nice. And now we have to actually go and work with the EFS. We need to go and, connect this EFS which we have created. So I'm going to go and click on that the EFS file system which we have created. I'm going to go and click on this my EFS, and it is going to show me some details about the file system. Okay, it's going to show me some information about the file system, which is very, very nice. But actually, I'm interested in using this attach button. I'm using this attach button. I need to have instructions that how I'm going to go and use this file system. So I will go and click on that how to attach it. And it is going to be going and showing you some of the commands, and it's also going to be giving you information on learn more. I'm going to open this learn more, and on this page it is actually going to be showing you that we need to install the Amazon EFS utility package. Okay, we need to install this utility package so that we are going to be able to communicate with the EFS. So how to install? The information is actually given here. We actually need to run this command. Is going to be as simple. Let me share this link with you. Okay, link is coming to you. I'm going to add this link to the resources sheet as well. Okay, so I'm gonna go and copy this command. There's a copy button given here. Okay, I'm gonna copy this one. You can also run the same command. So I'm gonna share this command with you in the chat, or I encourage you to go and visit the page and get the information from this page. Okay, it's a good idea to get the information from the page. So that's a good idea. And I'm gonna go and paste it here. And for pasting, you can use Shift Insert. Okay, something you are already aware of. We can use a Shift and Insert key. And once you paste that command, just hit enter, and it is automatically gonna go and install the stuff. We Okay, it's done on one of the machine. I actually need to do on both of them. I'm gonna be running on the second machine as well, and it's gonna be going and installing that over there. Okay, very nice. This looks good. Okay, this looks good. Okay, all right. So this looks great. This is very, very nice. And then what we have to do, we actually have to go and mount or connect this file system. Right now, we have not we have we have not connected this. And if you go and check it out on the machine, you will find that we don't have anything mounted here. If I say df-h, you will not see any kind of an output here for this file system. Okay. So Sanil, once you log into the machine, you simply need to run this command. Okay, you simply need to run this command which I have shared. Just run this command on both the machines. That's it. After logging to Linux machine. Okay, all right. Yeah, you're welcome. And then the next command which we need to run here, okay, the next command which we need to run here is creating a directory. I'm gonna say mkdir and I'm gonna say EFS. I'm gonna do on both the machines. I'm gonna say mkdir EFS. So this is the second command we are running. Okay, the first command was to install the utilities, and the second command is to create this folder. Okay, now we are heading toward the third and the final command. Okay, so third and final command is actually command which is specific to your account. We need to copy this command and we need to execute this command as is, because it contains the unique file system ID for you. Okay, so this command is going to be different for you, it's different for me. Okay, it contains the file system ID in it. Okay, let's make use of it. All right. All right, so I'm gonna copy this. Okay, I'm just gonna copy this as is, no changes required, and I'm gonna go and try to use that on both the Linux machine. So I'm gonna go and run this command here, and it's gonna come back and say it's done. There won't be any message. If it comes back clean, if it does not show you any error, that means you are all good. And you can verify if it work with the command called df-h. And you will find it is going to be showing that your EFS is mounted here, EFS is connected here. And EFS is again unlimited file system. Okay, it is again a file system which does not have any limit in it. You can actually go and try to add as much data as you want, and you're only going to be charged for the data you are storing. Okay, it's going to be based on how much data you're storing on it. All right. So I am good with this. I'm gonna do the same on the second machine here. Okay, I'm gonna go and actually use the same command on the second machine here. And it's gonna be quick to come. That is, there we go. And I see it is also connected. Okay, it is also connected. Now I need to go to this directory. I need to use a command called cd efs. I need to go to this folder because we have actually mapped the NFS over here. We have actually mapped the EFS file system with this directory. We are connected with it. Just like we have the drive letters in Windows, we have C drive, D drive, E drive. In Linux, we have mount points. So this EFS is kind of uh, equivalent to the F drive you have. Okay, the shared drive you have, the network drive you have. So this directory is going to be acting as a drive letter for you. Okay, this looks good. Now what I'm going to be doing is I'm actually going to be trying to create file on one of the server. I'm going to be using a command called touch. Touch will help me create a blank file. Okay, touch is going to help me create a blank file because I'm using a EC2 user. So I will use a sudo. Sudo will elevate my privileges. Okay, so I'm going to say sudo touch file1 from server1. Okay, it's a file1 from server1. And there we go. I created the file1 from the server1 and it is showing up here. I'm going to go and check it out whether I'm able to see the same file on the other system as well. If I go and list the file on the other system, I'm able to see that yes, the file is existing on the other server as well because both are connected to the same file system. Now I will try to create a file on the server 2. I will say sudo touch file2 and server2. Okay, sudo touch file2 server2. And yes, it is going to be visible. I have two files now. And if I go back to the first server, I'll be able to list both the files here because both the servers are actually using the same drive. Does not matter from which server you are creating the files, you are able to see the same file on both the servers. Okay, is that fine? Is that working for you? Please let me know if it is working for you. I'm gonna go and add it here in the lab. So we have actually done the EFS here. Okay. All right. Anyone having any question with this? Okay. Anyone having any question for this file system? So we are pretty much toward the end of the session. Okay. We are very much toward the end of session. We thought of completing today's session by 6, and there we are. So tomorrow we are actually gonna be going and spending some time with another file system here called S3. I know we started with the S3, but we have actually just touched upon the S3 service. We have actually not covered this service in a great detail. Okay, we have not covered this service in a greater detail. And then we are actually gonna be going and moving on to two more services. We are gonna go and work with the database service. I know we touched upon the RDS service as well, but we're actually going to be going and covering one more type of database here. We are going to be going and talking about a database called DynamoDB. Okay, we're going to be discussing one more type of database here called DynamoDB, and it's a NoSQL database. And then we are going to talk about one service here called networking. Okay, so we will go and discuss the VPC because we touched upon the VPC, but we need to do a kind of a deep dive with the VPC. Okay, we will actually try to cover the VPC in the morning because you have fresh mind, and I would like to like to use your fresh mind. Okay, then we will go and do the other easy stuff. Okay, so that is how we are going to be planning tomorrow's day for us. Okay, that's what that's what I'm thinking of doing. Is that good? Anyone having any questions here? Okay. Uh, yes, absolutely. So what we need to do now is we we have to go and delete what all we have created. Okay. We actually need to do a cleanup, which means we are going to be going and deleting all the AMIs, all the servers, all the snapshots, all the file systems, everything what all we have created. Okay. So let's quickly spend a couple of minutes and clean the environment before we disconnect, before we close today's. Okay, so can we log on to the Linux machine other than the EC2 user? uh, no, by default there is only EC2 user, so we need to create a one more user if we want to log in with it. Okay, if we want to use it. All right, so let's go to the dashboard and we are going to be going and trying to clean this up. Very first thing which I'm going to be cleaning is the EFS file system which we have created. We do not need this anymore. Let that go away. Okay. It says enter the ID. ID is this one. That is good. And let this file system go away. That is nice. And then I'm going to be going to EC2 dashboard. And I think we are going to be having a lot of stuff there to delete. I do see we have two Linux servers here which we created, and I'm going to be going to terminate both of them. And they are going down. Okay, both of them are now shutting down. Very nice. Let me go and check it out on the EC2 dashboard what else I do have. Okay, all right, it's gonna be trying to refresh it. Okay, okay, it says we have a two instances, and that is something I just now deleted. And two servers are having a two volumes, and when I delete the servers, these two volumes are also gonna go away. I do not have any of the snapshots. I do not have any of the load balancer, which is very, very nice. I don't have any of the elastic IP as well. Okay. So if I go and refresh, you will find these numbers are going to change. The volume is going to change. The instance is going to change. They are gonna go to zero. Okay. Very soon they are going to go to zero. As soon as the server is down, they're going to be changed to zero. In case if you have something created by the auto scaling, and if you're going to be trying to delete that manually, auto scaling will try to kick that in again. It will try to recreate that. So be mindful. Do delete your auto scaling group. Okay, be mindful to delete the auto scaling group for you. All right, so is this good? Are you good? Okay, it is still shutting down here for me. I don't know why it is slow. Any questions, anyone? Okay, so are we good? Okay, thank you, Shubham. Okay, all right, finally looks like servers are terminated and my dashboard should look clean now. Okay, yeah, it's gonna be clean now. Volumes are gone. That's fine. Yes, Kajal, the all these sessions are actually recorded and we do have the recording available. Okay, I just need to confirm that how we're going to be sharing those recordings with you. Are we going to keep those recordings in some centralized repository, and then we are going to be going and sharing with you? I'll find that out and I'll come back to you on that. Okay, I'll update you. We do have recordings of all these days, and we are going to be sharing those with you. Okay, what else? Any other question on your mind? Okay, so do remember to clean all in your environment. Don't leave anything running over there. Okay, we don't want to unnecessarily pay for it. And tomorrow morning, when we are going to be going and starting our session, we are going to go and check it out that how our billing dashboard look like, and then we'll start using the advanced features of the database networking part and the S3 storage. All right. Any final thought? Any final questions from anyone? Okay, Sri is saying that can we create the auto scaling groups with the launch template and the config? That is right, Sri. We can actually make use of any of those, and both are gonna be providing us the same results. Okay, you can use any of those. That's perfectly fine. Okay. All right. All right. Okay. Thank you for the questions and thank you for attending today's session. I know it was lengthy, and we have actually dig deep and jump onto a lot many different options, right? We have seen that how vast EC2 is, right? And then we're gonna be covering a lot of interesting topics on the database storage and the networking side tomorrow. So thanks for your patience and thanks for your time today. We are gonna go and connect with you tomorrow. So enjoy your rest of the evening. Bye for now.